We're home at Chase Field, where tonight the D-backs pitching past and future will intersect. Fans taking advantage of the Diamondbacks' $18 ticket offer to get a lower level look at rookie David Holmberg, who tonight makes his big league debut against the man who started the last 3 opening days in Sedona red. It's Ian Kennedy, now wearing Padres blue. Good evening from Chase Field and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly along the way. Baby, this should be fun tonight. We get a look at Ian Kennedy, but even more importantly for Diamondbacks fans, they saw a little bit of David Holmberg in spring training, but this is anyone's first big league look at him.
It should be a lot of fun. Anytime a guy's making his major league debut, it's must-see TV. This is what we know about David Holmberg. He was a second-round pick by the White Sox back in the '09 draft. As you mentioned, traded here along with Daniel Hudson for Edwin Jackson in 2010. See his numbers in 101 minor league starts, his repertoire, especially the first 2. Fastball command, really good straight changeup. This guy threw the second most innings in the minor leagues last year. He is a real workhorse. This is one of his outings in spring training against the Angels. I actually saw this guy throw more side sessions than I actually saw him pitch on the field this year. And I can attest that changeup is a plus pitch. Should be real good for him tonight.
And this is his major league debut. David Holmberg just up from Double-A Mobile. To make room on the roster, Jason Kubel was designated for assignment, and so Jason's career as a Diamondback for the time being has come to an end. So has Ian Kennedy, and this is going to be frankly a little weird watching Ian face the Diamondbacks here at Chase Field.
Well, they should have a real good idea of what he has as far as pitches in his arsenal. You see the numbers that he compiled here in his 3 seasons with the Diamondbacks. Of course, that 21-4 season, just outstanding. One of the best seasons ever by a D-backs pitcher. It'll be a lot of fun tonight facing a former teammate.
So a lot of storylines here at Chase Field tonight. Fans taking advantage of those $18 tickets in honor of the 18-inning game in Philadelphia over the weekend. And it's Holmberg versus Kennedy. Hello, Mr. Kennedy. The Diamondback bats are ready. First pitch on the way. You're watching the Arizona Diamondbacks, only here on Fox Sports Arizona. Link to what's next. By Mazda. We believe if it's not worth driving, it's not worth building. And by Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino.
And welcome back to Chase Field. Game 2 of the D-backs 9-game homestand, and the major league debut of that young man right there, David Holmberg. One day you're at AA Mobile. The next night you are in the show as he faces the Padres in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Brad Steinke here outside the D-backs dugout. The lefty acquired alongside Daniel Hudson in that trade with the White Sox a couple years ago that sent Edwin Jackson to Chicago, as Baxter makes his appearance here on the pregame show. It was interesting for the D-backs pitching coach Charles Nagy. Not a lot of time to get to know this young man and get him ready for the Padres. It's our Geico quote of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I just talked to him earlier about what can I do for you today. You know, we know him from spring training. You know, throughout the season, you know, get together with him and Miggy, talk about their lineup a little bit, but just try not to inundate him too much. You know, he's got a lot going on in his head right now. Excited to be here. You know, I'm sure a little anxious, maybe a little nervous, and you know, just enable him to go out and just pitch to his strengths and let him go out and just compete on, you know, and do the best he can.
Well, let's hope the D-backs offense, which was alive and well last night, appears again tonight. Also, the defense was spectacular. Hopefully they'll be flashing the leather again for the kid. D-backs and Padres, Game 2 next on Fox Sports Arizona. Steve and Bob back with a call.
Debut for 22-year-old left-hander David Holmberg, 6'3", 225 from Port Charlotte, Florida. The second-round pick by the White Sox in the 09 draft, acquired by the D-backs along with Daniel Hudson. In the deal for Edwin Jackson at the trade deadline in 2010, he is the first player promoted directly from AA Mobile to the big leagues this season. He'll face the San Diego Padres here at Chase Field, where the D-backs have won 4 straight and 7 of their last 9. And looking to keep that home cooking warm in this second game of a 9-game homestand. The lineup for Bud Black's Padres.
There's how Buddy Black will line them up tonight. Chris Denorfia in right field. Will Venable red hot at the plate will be playing center. Jed Jerko at second. Chase Headley playing third base. Yonder Alonso over at first. Logan Forsythe out to left field tonight. Nick Hundley, former U of A product, behind the plate. Ronnie Cedeno, recently signed, will play shortstop tonight. And former D-back Ian Kennedy on the mound. for the Padres.
Holmberg, not flashy, doesn't have the big fastball. You could call it fringe average. He doesn't blow you away on the radar gun, but he relies on command and location, and that has been what separated him from other prospects. And Bob, we're told that's why he's been considered a more polished pitcher than other prospects his age.
Well, we heard Kevin Towers talking about it on the pregame show. You know, certainly Archie Bradley is a guy whose stuff would grade out much higher than David Holmberg's, but Holmberg a little bit of edge with the finesse, knows how to pitch, knows how to use his secondary pitches effectively.
His first big league pitch is a strike to Chris Denorfia, who leads it off for San Diego. 271 and 9 homers. Denorfia getting the start in right field tonight. David Holmberg at Double-A Mobile this year averaged just under 3 walks and 7 strikeouts per 9 innings pitched. He was the starting pitcher for the South Division team that won the Southern League All-Star game just last month, and now here he is in the big leagues.
And there is no such thing as a soft landing in the major leagues, especially when you're coming up from Double-A, but this Padres team ranks near the bottom, or at least in the bottom third, in just about every offensive category this season.
That's what he's got to do. Just hit the edges of the plate, work it in, work it away, locate and command. That was a good pitch right there to get back even. That is driven to right field. Gerardo Parra at the track. And it's off the glove. Denorfia will stop at second. Leadoff man on for the Padres.
You like to see outfielders take a direct line to where they feel the ball is going to come down. That time Gerardo Parra took a Z route after that ball, did get a glove on it, unfortunately could not make the play as it ends up over his head very near the wall out there at the 376 mark.
Denorfia grounded out in his only at bat in last night's ball game, but he's got a leadoff double, and here is the red hot Will Venable. There's the strike. 0-1. Venable at 274, 19 homers. He was 2 for 4 last night. A pair of singles. He scored a run.
Saw Venable showing bunt there. He has put down a couple of sac bunts this year. He's also bunted his way on via a bunt for a hit 4 times. I don't know if Buddy Black wants him to give himself up in this situation. Apparently he does.
Holmberg will field his position, spins and throws, and Venable beats it out. Good speed up the line. First and third for the Padres, and still no outs. A couple of tough luck batters here for Holmberg to begin his big league career.
Yeah, we're told Holmberg is a very good defender out there on the mound. Maybe just a little too deliberate going after that bunt up the first base line. Venable put it in a great spot. Holmberg had to turn his back to his target, pick up the ball, and turn it almost blindly throw on to Goldie. Venable just too quick.
So Denorfia at third, Venable at first, still no outs. Here's Jed Jerko. Jerko leads all major league rookies in homers. He's third in RBIs. He did a lot of that last night. Had a tough night in the series opener. Struck out 3 times and was hit by a pitch. 245 on the year.
Holmberg pretty quick to the plate there. Very abbreviated slide step. Venable trying to get a read on the Diamondbacks left-hander. We're told he'll work that fastball just like he did right there, both sides of the plate with a little bit of movement. He'll elevate the fastball when necessary. Oh.
Tony Randazzo is the home plate umpire.
Just off that inside corner. Good spot though. If you're going to miss farther inside.
Wants to work around that black, those bold black portions of the square we just showed you. If he can live around there, he's going to do well.
It goes without saying, a youngster making his major league debut, he's going to rely heavily on Miguel Montero behind the plate today. You heard Charles Nagy allude to it. Don't want to fill the youngster's head with too much out there on the mound. Just give him the basics and then let Miggy call the game behind the plate.
He's got a plus changeup. Let's see if he throws it for a put-away pitch here.
That was a changeup fading off that outside corner.
That is, from everything we've read and seen, the best pitch in his arsenal, right?
Well, I mentioned I had a chance to see him throw several side sessions this spring. Only had a chance to see him pitch on the field one time, but on the side sessions it was absolutely his out pitch. Even though he wasn't pitching to hitters, he could throw that changeup down low in the zone with that movement away from a right-handed hitter. Real good arm speed.
David Holmberg projects as a workhorse starter in the big leagues, a guy who knows how to pitch, has a good chance to be a very solid middle rotation arm for a long time at this level. Fisted into shallow center, and it drops in. Tedorfia scores, and Venable heads to third. It's 1-0 Padres. First three have reached against David Holmberg.
Fastball down at the knees. Jerko just goes down and softly golfs it into center field. Venable had a good read over there at first base. Will easily turn the corner and advance on to third. I mean, Denorfia's ball was hit well to right center field, but should have been caught out there by Gerardo Parra. The Venable bunt was just that, a bunt up the first baseline. His speed allowed him to beat it out, and a little soft floater into center field, and before David Holmberg could take a deep breath, he's behind 1-0.
And it's one thing to remain calm and not let your nerves get the best of you in your first major league inning, but boy, to get nickeled and dimed like this has got to make it doubly difficult. And now he'll face Chase Headley. Headley 239 and 8 home runs. 1 for 4 last night with a single. Headley's hit safely in 4 straight games and 9 of his last 10.
Well, this will really test your poise. We're told David Holmberg, a very poised young man, mature beyond his years out there on the mound, and over the course of his career, even though it's been a short career up to this point, I'm sure he's been in these situations before. Let's find a way to limit the damage.
Hard to left, Sanami. It drops in front. Venable had to hold up. He'll come in and score. And it's 4 straight base hits to open the game against David Holmberg. 2-0 Padres.
Anytime you're facing a pitcher for the first time like the Padres are, getting their first look at David Holmberg, I talk about it all the time. The best scouting report you can get is from your own teammates. Chris Denorfia, before going back into that first base dugout, talking to Yonder Alonso, probably describing what he saw from David Holmberg, the kind of movement, maybe his arm angle, just something to give Alonso a little bit of a heads up before he takes his at bat.
And here he is, Yonder Alonso, the Padres first baseman. Jerko at second, Headley at first. 2 runs in, still nobody out. There's the strike, 0-1. Alonso 285, 6 homers and 45 driven in. He was 0 for 4 last night. Good view for $18 here. All lower level seats for this series. $18 after the marathon Saturday at Philadelphia. 0-2. Alonso about a 50-point drop in batting average against left-hand pitchers compared to right. So it's definitely advantage Holmberg here, especially now at 0-2. You know, with the body type and the number, there's the left-handedness. There's a little David Wells out there. This is there. It's 2-2.
He's probably got about 30 or 40 pounds to catch up to David Wells, but yeah, I get the gist of what you're saying out there. Big, strong-bodied guy. Handles the workload. That one dropped right on the outside corner at the knees, but they do not get the call that time from Tony Randazzo.
That's what you like. Even when he's missing here, it's right on the edge. It's full. Logan Forsythe is on deck.
How about this for the Padres? Their last 3 ball games, they were 3 for 27 with runners in scoring position. 3 for 3 tonight.
Denorfia doubled, Venable singled, Jerko singled, Headley singled, and now it's 3-2 to Alonso with 2 runs in. There was only one of them that was actually a clean base hit. Ball 4, the bases are loaded. He was 0-2 and he lost him. Charles Nagy. Boy, he could use an out and a pop up and a ground ball in the worst way right here.
I'm sure that's part of the message that Charles Nagy will impart to David Holmberg out there on the mound. You know, you've been in bases loaded situations before. Pop up in the infield would be nice right here. A punch out would be nice. But just execute your pitches. Continue to make those pitches around the edges of the zone. Let your defense work behind you.
Well, it's already 22 pitches without an out, and now he'll work with the bases full and no outs to Logan Forsythe. Forsythe starting in left field tonight. He was the shortstop last night, went 0 for 3. Jed Jerko is the runner at third. Chase Headley at second. Yonder Alonso at first. Forsythe at 227 and 5 homers. There's the pop-up. Will it stay fair? Goldie. Paul Goldschmidt, what a play! Wow! He was in full speed sprint toward that ball right near the seats and somehow made the catch. And that's a huge out there behind David Holmberg.
Oh, ginormous out here in the first inning. Goldie changes directions a couple times on a dead sprint, had to make an adjustment right at the very end, and has the presence of mind not only to make the catch, but to wheel around and quickly get that ball back to home plate to make sure the Padres didn't try to tag and score.
What a play. So now with 1 out, Holmberg will work to Nick Hundley, the catcher. Hundley's second straight start behind the plate for the Padres. He was hitless last night. 1-0. Nick Hundley, 238, 10 homers. Arizona Wildcat. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
I was just about to say Nick Hundley would be a good candidate to use that straight changeup. He is constantly geared fastball, looking for something he can pull in the air to left center or left field. That changeup should be a really good pitch against him.
Ronnie Cedeno is on deck. And Ian Kennedy in the hole. Center field, Tony Campana backing up at the track. And he tracks it down. Jerko tags. He will score. 3-0 Padres. So now with 2 on and 2 out, Holmberg will face the shortstop, Ronnie Cedeno.
Cedeno falls firmly near the top of that WW list. This is a guy that wants to hack.
You mean like that?
Like that.
Right on cue. 231 without a home run. He's played 13 games for the Padres. Cedeno released by the Astros at the end of last month, picked up by San Diego August 3rd. Ian Kennedy on deck. Headley the runner at second, Alonso at first. 1-1. Coming up on 30 pitches in the first big league inning for David Holmberg. First 3 reached against him. They have all scored. Hopped up along the right field line. Gerardo Parra. And David Holmberg strands 2, but the Padres get 3, and now the Diamondbacks will bat in the home half. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Speed at the top of the order ahead of Goldie when we come back. Kennedy staked to a 3-0 lead. His 26th start. He was 3-8 for the D-backs this year, an ERA of about 5.25. In 4 starts with the Padres, Kennedy has turned in 2 outstanding performances, one against the Reds, another in his previous start against the Pirates last week. But he's walking more batters than he did in Arizona, more than 4.5 per 9 innings.
And one of the tendencies Ian Kennedy had earlier this season was when his team, the Diamondbacks, gave him some runs, he'd turn around and give them right back. Let's see if that holds true here, even though he's wearing the Padres blue. It'll be Campana, Eaton, Goldschmidt at the top, Prado, Hill, and Parra in the middle, Montero, Gregorius, and Holmberg at the bottom of the order today.
Ian Kennedy 0-5 in 10 starts against NL West opponents this season. A 4.77 ERA, and Tony Campana steps in to lead it off against the former Diamondback opening day ace. And the corners are in. The speed at the top of the lineup, and this has turned out to be a Nice addition for Kirk Gibson here. Campana followed by Eaton. Headley and Alonso both in on the grass. Here's the 1-0. There's the strike, 1-1. Tony Campana hitting .345. He was on base 3 times last night. A pair of singles, a stolen base, and a run scored.
I mentioned the Diamondbacks should be well aware of what Ian Kennedy features out there on the mound. It's one thing, however, to play behind him defensively, and another thing to actually get in the batter's box and try to hit it.
Right back to the mound off the heel of the glove. Kennedy knows he's got to hurry to get Campana, but there's one away.
He's got swing, baby.
Here comes Adam Eaton, and here he is talking about the matchup with the former Diamondback opening day guy.
It's going to be different, but we're excited to face him. I think we each know each other really well, and I think he's going to be excited to throw back against us and in Phoenix, and like I said, we're excited to face him.
And here we go. Adam Spanky Eaton against Ian Kennedy. And again, the corners are in. Alonso is back more at first, but Headley still on the grass at third for Eaton, who's at .260 with a couple of home runs. Another case, Bob, of a Tony Campana bound and determined to just slap it on the ground. It almost worked out there.
That's a good sign. I can't tell you how hard the Cubs tried to get Tony Campana to use that approach. Hit the ball on the ground, take your chances, put the pressure on the defense.
Popped him up third base side. Ronnie Cedeno with a long run, and he makes a nice play. Logan Forsythe, the shortstop last night, sliding right under him from left field. First 2 retired for Kennedy here.
Ronnie Cedeno with his 6th major league team. Came over here when the Padres knew that Everett Cabrera was going to go on the shelf for quite some time with the biogenesis investigation. Ronnie Cedeno, a journeyman, had flashes of brilliance at times.
Goldie and Kennedy. And you think Ian learns to or knows to stay away from Goldie?
Well, we're going to find out quickly. First pitch was away.
Goldie a pair of RBIs in last night's ball game to drive his total for the season up to 103.
Another pitch off the outside corner away. I mean, we know from his time here in Arizona, Ian Kennedy insists that he has to pitch inside to be effective. So I would assume at some point he's going to try to bust Goldie inside.
That's what he told the Dodgers anyway. There's the strike, 2-1. Look at the location on those 3. Goldie ahead of Alan Craig and Brandon Phillips for the RBI lead, still tied with Pedro Alvarez for the league lead in homers. Martin Prado on deck. Notice bounce to Cedeno at short. 1, 2, 3 first for Ian Kennedy. We are through 1 at Chase Field. The Diamondbacks trail at 3-0. Win at Philadelphia over the weekend. All lower level seats for this Padres series here at Chase Field. $18. $18 puts you right there behind home plate, so get on board. Come on out tomorrow night, final game of this series. Any lower level ticket, only $18. AT&T Twitter poll time. Ian Kennedy's best Diamondback moment, opening day in 2011, winning that 20th game, or the shutout versus Philadelphia. And Ian steps in to face David Holmberg, 0-1.
His daughter didn't actually shut out the Phillies. It was on the day she was born, and Ian Kennedy went out.
Thanks for clarifying.
Put it on the Phillies.
I wasn't quite sure what was happening there. I'm like, wow, runs in the family, I guess. Bounce to third. Martin Prado. That's a foul ball. Manny Gonzalez down there. Two and two. Boy, everything when Holmberg misses, it's all close. It's all right there. You keep waiting for the strike, the right arm, but it never comes.
Not missing by much, but as I said earlier, missing in his favor.
That one is driven to right center field. Tony Campana chasing it down, and it one-hops the wall and into the pool. And Ian Kennedy has his third double this season.
Just a challenge fastball with the opposing pitcher at the plate, and Ian Kennedy barreled one up. One hops it into that RamTrucks.com pool area. Andrew Kashner, another starting pitcher for the Padres, loves it.
Brings up Kristen Orfia, who did double his first time up. A ball that went off the glove of Gerardo Parra at almost that same spot. Holmberg gets ahead 0-1. Denorfia hitting over 300 this month. That follows a June and July during which he really struggled, barely hit 200.
For whatever reason, Denorfia always seems to get healthy against D-backs pitching. Oof, man.
Inspector Gadget, as he's known. Bears a resemblance. And he has every tool in the book against the Diamondbacks for whatever reason. But he's behind here 0-2. It'd be nice to, you just like to see David get a chance to get out there and just get comfortable and find some rhythm and just be able to pitch from the windup and not worry about base runners, pitch counts.
It's hard to find fault with Gerardo Parra's game, especially when he's got that glove on his right hand playing defense. But you come back to the very first batter of the game, Chris Denorfia hit what looked like a catchable ball out there in right center, and maybe for the only time this season we saw Parra take a real bad line to the ball, wasn't able to make the play. Of course, you never know what would have potentially happened had he made that catch. One out, nobody on base. Inning might have developed completely differently.
That has popped up to center field. Tony Campana's there, and he's got it for the first out in the second. Yeah, it definitely didn't set a good tone for David. But it's up to him now to recover. Denorfia retired. Here's Venable, who beat out a bunt single and scored a run his first time up. 40 pitches now for Holmberg, 27 for strikes. And Venable is no easy out. He's hit safely in 6 straight and 21 of 22 this month. He's hitting over 370 in August. Remember your first big league game? You must.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Old Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati. It's that right-handed power pitcher, Scott Brown.
Oof. He's going to get some guys to swing and miss with that type of stuff. Oh, Venable's been one of baseball's best players since the All-Star break.
He's another guy that at times has shown flashes of what he could possibly be, but really seems to be putting it all together here in the second half of the season for the Padres.
That one is hammered to right at Parra. And he leaps up and he makes the catch. Kennedy tags and heads for third. Gerardo Parra. He snagged that one right off the top of the clothesline.
Boy, had to take the right line that time. That ball was smoked to straightaway right field. Parra goes back several steps. The leaping catch right before he gets to the warning track, taking extra bases away from Venable, putting Ian Kennedy out there in no man's land momentarily, but he's able to go back, tag, and advance on to third base.
So Kennedy at third, 2 outs. Jed Jerko, RBI single and scored a run in the first. In the air to center, Campana backing up again. Right in front of the wall, he's got it, and they strand the leadoff double. Good job there by David Holmberg, but a couple of hard hit balls go for naught. It's 3-0 San Diego. Day ace. It'll be Martin Prado, Aaron Hill, and Gerardo Parra, 4, 5, and 6 in the second. Ian Kennedy, the new dad, shut out the Phillies April 25th of 2011.
Maybe needs some new shoes. Well, the mouth to feed, and Ian Kennedy went out there and took the food right out of the Phillies' mouth that day. What a cutie. And obviously, anytime you talk about a pitching statistic with the Diamondbacks, you're going to see a lot of Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling near the top. But Ian Kennedy with the best single season as far as winning percentage at 21-4 year back in 2011.
Well, he's facing the National League's hottest hitter in Martin Prado. Prado has it up to 283, BB.
I'm sorry, partner. He has hit everybody, too. He has been banging lefties all season long, but lately his last 32 games hitting .350 against right-handed pitching.
His remarkable run continued last night. An RBI sac fly, 2-run single. Prado has hit safely in 20 of his last 23, batting .365 over that span. Prado ahead here, 2-1.
It was such a promising start to the season for Ian Kennedy. That opening day start against the St. Louis Cardinals had that changeup working so well in that ball game. Struck out 8 Cardinals in 7 innings of work, gave up only 5 base hits and a couple of runs. Just never really found the changeup again after that first start, at least not consistently throughout the first pitch to the last pitch of a ball game.
Up the middle, base hit for Prado. Yeah, I think that was probably still, Bob, his best start of the year, whether it's in blue or red. Prado aboard, you can't get him out, and here's Aaron Hill.
Second base, number 2.
Well, the middle infielders really split wide apart from Martin Prado. Cedeno, the shortstop, was cheating over a little bit toward third base. Jerko, the second baseman, cheating the other way toward first base, leaving a big hole back up the middle.
Aaron Hill, 313, 9 homers. Been playing sparingly last couple of days after tweaking a groin on that last road trip, so they're being extra careful. Did have 1 at bat last night. A reminder, fans, every time a Diamondbacks player hits a home run this season, Fulton Homes will donate $150 to the Central Arizona Mountain Rescue Association. We always put that up when we're trying to get somebody to hit a homer. Positive thinking.
It was only that easy. We'd read that promo about 27 times a night. Boy, what a 1-2 punch Prado and Hill have turned out to be here in the month of August. Just crazy among the National League leaders in every important offensive category. Batting average, hits, extra base hits, RBIs. Prado hitting .483 with runners in scoring position. Hill .375.
Kennedy behind 3-0. And it just gets you right back to that same place. What would it have been like if they were all together all year long?
What if?
Aaron, of course, missed 63 games. Hit on the hand by the Pirates' James McDonald in April. 4-pitch walk. First and second, no outs for the Diamondbacks, answering here in the second. And here comes Gerardo Parra. The walks have been up for Kennedy since he changed teams.
Well, he's not missing the zone by much either. Both he and David Holmberg just nibbling a little bit too much on those corners. That time did not get the call from Tony Randazzo on that 3-0 fastball on the outside part of the plate.
Gerardo Parra, 272, 9 homers. Prado at second, Aaron Hill at first. In the dirt. Nice block by Hundley. Parra 1 for 4 last night. He doubled and scored a run. Ian Kennedy 6 straight balls now, and Nick Hundley will pay a visit.
Prado and Hill, as hot as they have been, there hasn't been a lot left, but Gerardo Parra has taken advantage of what runners they have left on base. He's 5 for his last 13 with runners in scoring position.
He bounced back nicely after that tough July. He hit under $150 in July. Martin Prado, the runner at second, Aaron Hill at first. "24 pitches for Kennedy, 15 of them balls." Hard to right. That ball is carrying, and it is gone. A home run. Gerardo Parra, that's 10. And the Diamondbacks answer here in the second. We're tied at 3. He jumped on that one. And it's a Fulton home run. Another $150 goes to Central Arizona Mountain Rescue. The problem was, BB, we put the Fulton Holmes thing up there. One batter too soon.
One batter too soon. Very close. Wow, the only question was, did he hit it high enough to get it over the wall in right field? Just a line drive variety homer up into the front row of stands out there. And Ian Kennedy has seen this movie before here in this ballpark.
And so have Diamondback fans. Stake to a 3-0 lead, a single, a walk, and now it's 3-3. Here's Miguel Montero, and this should be an interesting matchup. And Bob, what's it like to face a guy that you caught for a long period of time, several seasons?
Well, like I said, yeah, obviously Miggy knows everything that Ian Kennedy has available in his arsenal. He knows what pitches he likes to throw in certain situations. He knows what he likes to go to for a strikeout pitch.
Hammer to the gap in right center. That gets down and rolls to the wall. Miggy into second, and he'll stop there. Miguel Montero, his 12th double, and still no outs here in the second. Whatever he was looking for, he got it.
He got it, and he did not miss it. 12th double of the season for Miggy into that gap in right center field. Yeah, it really gets to be a little bit of a head game when you're pitching against a team that knows you so intimately well. Do you change your pattern? I mean, that's just a bad pitch there. Belt high fastball inside part of the plate. That one should get hit hard. I mean, as a pitcher, do you change the things you do on the mound knowing that the other team's offense knows what you like to do? As a hitter, do you go to the plate looking for what he used to throw when he was your teammate, or do you assume he's going to try to do something different? Best thing to do is just stay out of your own head, see the ball, and hit the ball.
Montero on second, still no outs. Here's Didi Gregorius. Popped him up third base side. That is drifting near the seats, but still room for Chase Headley, and he's got it for the first out. And here's the first major league at bat for David Holmberg.
Number 33, David Holmberg.
Holmberg, left-hand thrower, right-hand hitter. 4 for 34 at Double-A Mobile. This is Ian Kennedy's 5th start with the Padres since his trade from the Diamondbacks. With San Diego so far, 2-1, a 3.20 ERA. Opponents batting .198 against him. There's the strike, 1-1. He has struck out 15 in his last 11 2/3, but as we mentioned earlier, the walks have been up. He's walked 1 tonight. Aaron Hill, he scored on the Parra homer.
David Holmberg, a left-handed thrower, obviously, but a right-handed batter, much like Randy Johnson, and has that elbow guard on the throwing arm. For me personally, I'd like to see a little bigger elbow guard on that throwing arm.
Get him one of those Barry Bonds ones. There's the strikeout. That's the first for Kennedy tonight. And there are 2 outs. Here comes Campana.
Center field, Tony Campana.
Tony Campana slapped one back to the mound his first time. Tell you what, Tony Campana's played in 11 games for the Diamondbacks this season, going into tonight. And in those 11 games, he's got 10 hits and 5 stolen bases. 2 outs, Montero on second. Gerardo Parra smiles after a 3-run homer, his 10th of the year.
I'd say that's an adequate make good for misjudging that fly ball that started the ball game.
Just crushed it. Yeah, also had that nice catch in the previous inning as well. Top half of this second. 0-2 to Campana. The first one led to 3 runs, and he got them all back in one swing. And it's a whole new ball game. See if Campana can just slap one through the infield here and bring in Miggy from second. 1-2.
You know, we talked about Tony Campana and how important it is for his offensive game to hit that ball on the ground. And you would think that maybe he would stand a little deeper in the box to let that ball come down a little bit more in the strike zone. But you can see he's, even with, if not in front of home plate, he's going to be attacking pitches when they're at their highest level in the strike zone.
So you want him hitting down on the ball rather than under it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure that's been talked about with Tony before, and hitters are always going to go right back to the spot where they're the most comfortable. But the deeper you are in the batter's box, the further the ball travels, the more gravity is going to affect it, and a better chance of getting pitches down in the zone the deeper you are in that batter's box.
There's the strikeout. Kennedy strands Montero at second, but the Diamondbacks answer with 3 runs. Gerardo Parra cracks his 10th of the year. We are through 2. It's a 3-3 ball game. Draft is back. Tuned in live August 29 to see who the Arizona girls select. The draft, hosted by Patrick O'Neill and fantasy expert Ryan Fowler, kicks off at 6 p.m. and it's streaming live on foxsports.com/fantasy draft. Bark in the park night for some.
I guess if it fits in your pocket, you're allowed to bring it in.
That's a Paris Hilton in your purse kind of dog right there. Or handbag, I should say. Chase Headley, Yonder Alonso, Logan Forsythe, 4, 5, and 6 in the third against David Holmberg. And Bob, the scouting report's all consistent with Holmberg. Good fastball command, swing and miss plus changeup, capable of throwing all 4 pitches for strikes, above average polish. But he is a fly ball pitcher and needs to be aware of that in this ballpark. And just looking through 2 innings, he's got 5 fly ball outs. How dangerous is that for him?
Well, obviously in this ballpark and in some of the other smaller ballparks in the National League or Wrigley Field with the wind blowing out, that's a dangerous way to go about your living. But the fastball command is what will allow him to pitch effectively in those kind of ballparks. If he can keep that fastball out of the middle of the plate, keep it away from the hitter's power, make him hit it to the opposite field, try to keep it down, make him hit it on the ground, he can still pitch effectively. But when he makes mistakes, they're generally up and they generally get hit in the air.
We saw even the outs he recorded in that second were well hit balls deep to the warning track and the wall in the outfield. Another part of David's game that's a little bit concerning is because he's got to be very precise with his command and work the corners. He can get into some high pitch counts. There's another fly ball. Gerardo Parra's under that one. One away in the third. Holmberg has gotten past the 5th inning just twice in his last 7 starts at AA Mobile. So when you're, Bob, is it hard to sort of find a way to be efficient and not drive those pitch counts up there, because you can't just blow guys away with 97. You got to be precise and work the corners, and sometimes if you're missing just by a little bit or not getting the calls, the pitch counts are going to go up.
Yeah, and you wonder how much it was actually him not pitching effectively and having to come out. You look at the pitch counts, they were all very much within reason. He only went over the 100 pitch mark 3 times all season. And you wonder if maybe the Diamondbacks were trying to monitor his innings a little bit, pull the plug on him sometimes in the 5th, 6th, or 7th inning when he very easily could have possibly thrown a complete game. You look at the numbers over his last 6 starts, they were outstanding. Wasn't getting hit hard, wasn't walking guys, wasn't giving up runs. But he went 5, 7, 5, 5, 5, and 7.
On the ground to first, that backs up Goldie. Holmberg over there. Nice throw by Goldie, boy. Right to the glove. That's the second out.
Hey fans, we're proud to say that tonight's broadcast is on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces, serving in 175 countries and aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. We welcome you. We thank you for your service and hope you have a great night.
Mentioned how it'd be nice to see David settle into a rhythm and be able to pitch from the windup for a while. Well, here he is. He's retired the last 5 he's faced. And with 2 outs, he'll work to Logan Forsythe. Forsythe popped up his first time, a play on which Paul Goldschmidt made, for me, one of the defensive plays of the year. That play that Goldie made to chase down that ball. Full sprint near the seats, over his head. That's a fantastic play.
Especially under the circumstances. David Holmberg was just looking for an out somewhere. And his first baseman gave it to him with that tremendous play.
Holmberg behind now, 2-0. Up the middle, Didi. Didi Gregorius will end to the third, bottom third. It's 3-3. Back at Chase Field, CenturyLink, your link to what's next. Gonzo in the booth. We got so caught up with that Didi Gregorius play, we forgot to hype your appearance.
Yeah,
I hope you'll forgive us.
And the Parra home run too. That was great.
Got a lot going on.
Get us back in the ball game.
Now we've seen Bob Maddie take BP and getting ready for the Alumni game coming up. What about you? What have you been doing? Workout wise.
That's it. I actually hit one time and my shoulders were sore for a couple of days, so I haven't done anything since.
I was just going to say, I like the fact that when we showed that little mini highlight reel there, it started with a great defensive play.
With me?
Yeah.
Well, you always told me just knock in more than you let in, you'll be all right.
There were so many from which to choose.
It's a great manager, right? When he tells you, hey, just let Finley take as many balls as he can get out there. You just drive in the runs.
Let the sure guy have it.
That's right.
Well, it's a big night Saturday here at Chase Field. Throwback night. Diamondbacks will be wearing the purple and the black and the whole thing, followed by the second annual Alumni game presented by Denny's and in partnership with Sanderson Ford. And all week long here in the booth, we'll have former Diamondback greats with us. We had Shea Hillenbrand last night. Luis Gonzalez here tonight. What about the idea of an alumni game? You like it? Looking forward to it?
Oh, we do. I mean, it's not like the Yankees where you got guys that you're wheeling out in golf carts and stuff to come out. I mean,
why do you fall?
Yeah, but you know, it's a lot of fun. It was a great bunch of guys, and you know, it's just great to see everybody. And I'm sure the fans are very excited. Although, you know, the team hasn't been in existence that long, we still have a strong history here in Arizona.
And how do you balance that? How do you build a fan base? Because this is, as you mentioned, a relatively, actually a very young franchise compared to most. We were in Philadelphia. They've been a team for 130 years. So how do you balance building the future and still looking back at the past and embracing that?
Well, I think now for this generation, now the young kids that were little when we won the World Series and when we first started are now the adults that are bringing their kids up to be Diamondback fans. And I think that's important for not only our team but the other teams in the valley and in the area to be strong supporters, because as we all know, a lot of people that live here in Arizona were not born here in Arizona. Everybody kind of migrates here now because of the heat, and you don't have to worry about snow and different things like that.
That's one of my favorites, by the way, having moved here from Connecticut.
You don't have to shovel the snow down. I saw your driveway. You showed me a picture
him, yeah.
one day, man. That's slave labor right there.
That was me 3 times a week in the driveway.
Well, I'll tell you, these alumni games are a very spirited contest, though, apparently based on last year. We're going to flash back. Mike Fetters doing his thing out there on the mound. Watch out.
What is that? Was there some bad blood?
Obviously on his side, I thought it was okay, but yeah, a lot of love on the other side of the field there.
That appears to be the world's worst fitting batting helmet, by the way.
Kazoo. We all look like Kazoo running down the line. I told Roger Riley, you know, the traveling secretary and the.
There goes Goldie. Oh, they got him at second.
I told him, you know, you gotta try to dig up some of the one ear flap helmets for us. Gosh,
that's a good look right there.
That's a
I bet
22-gallon hat right there.
Did it take you long to eat the ice cream out of that thing before you wore it?
Well, I picked that one up at that one they sell at the stores. You know, the kids get the little helmets here. I bought that one at the store and then filled it up with ice cream on the way out.
Now, do you talk to a lot of guys you played with from those teams, and what's been the sort of the buzz and the vibe about the ball game?
I do. Everybody's excited. I mean, the unique bunch of guys that have played in the organization have gone through. Everybody is, you know, a lot of guys still live here in the valley, and we bring some guys into play. But I think the important part for us is that we've all stayed pretty close, and it takes a matter of 30 to 40 seconds when a guy comes in the locker room and starts getting the verbal abuse from the other guys, and it's back to just being home, because in baseball guys spend so much time together, and it's important to have a strong bond of guys, and we did when we played back here in the early 2000s and '99, and it's a great bunch of guys.
I think that's one of the things that's most amazing about maybe all sports, but certainly baseball, because you do spend so much time together. You might not see a guy for a year, 2 years, 5 years, but you walk into that clubhouse and in a matter of seconds It's just like no time has passed. Here we are in the clubhouse again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Diamondbacks have done a great job. You know, fantasy camp that we have with a lot of campers that come in. Most of the guys from the 2001 World Series teams are actually coaches out there, and it gives us time to bond together.
That one is popped up and drifting to the gap in left center field. Will Venable has it, and that's the inning. Gonzo, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me, guys.
This is a big one, August 31st against the Giants. Don't forget, the Alumni game is not televised. You got to be here to see it, and you get in free with a ticket to the Giants game. We're back with more coming up. It's a 3-3 ball game. Hundley, Cedeno, Kennedy, 7, 8, 9 for the Padres. And David Holmberg comes into the top of the fourth, having retired the last 6 he's faced. Hundley had an RBI sac fly his first time.
Say hi to the camera.
Hi, camera. Out in the sandlot. Very excited about his first TV appearance. So, Bob, we've seen 3 innings worth here. You got some initial impressions of David Holmberg?
Well, you know, it was really hard to make a judgment in that first, as we said at the time. A misplayed ball to start the game, a bunt that probably should have been turned into an out at first base, but before he knew it, he'd given up 3 runs, didn't have anybody out in the inning, ended up giving up 4 hits, stranding a couple guys in that first, but settled in nicely. You know, his pitches are good. He's working the corners. That's something he can't afford to do.
That's his second walk, so Hundley's aboard to lead off the fourth. You can see the look on Charles Nagy's face right there. That ends the stretch of 6 in a row retired. Sandlot here at Chase Field. Come on down to the ballpark. Bring the kids. Lots to do. Keep them entertained. They like the camera. Curtis, who's operating the camera, however, is apparently scaring the children.
Yeah.
Here's Ronnie Cedeno. He flied out to right his first time. There's a strike.
Boy, having Gonzo here in the booth bring back so many memories. You know, you hear about guys hanging around the clubhouse after the game, talking baseball, and that 0-1 team was just full of guys. I mean, we had to chase them out of the clubhouse. Roger Riley and his staff would be waiting to do the laundry, waiting to clean up the clubhouse, and geez, there'd be 15 or 18 guys sitting around in there 2 hours after a ball game. Hey, go home, will you? They just love their time together. They love competing out there on the field, and I don't know if there'll ever be another group of guys assembled like that 0-1 team. Very, very special group.
Well, it'll be a special night here Saturday, throwback night. D-backs will be wearing the black and purple, followed by the second annual alumni game, brought to you by Denny's and Sanderson Ford. Alumni game is free if you have a ticket to the game against the Giants. So come on out and join us at Chase Field, and while you're down here, just swing by right behind first base and check out season ticket headquarters and investigate some plans for 2014. You can go all in. You can buy a half a season plan, a weekend plan. There's a 12-month payment option for you. Lots of options, lots of plans, lots of ways to become a Diamondbacks season ticket holder for 2014. So come on down this weekend. You never know when a chef is going to walk up and hand you some food. It's another thing.
We're still waiting.
Right. Soprano and third. How about, wow. You know, BB, what do we got to do to, you know, a lot of people.
Well, the guy to talk to just left the booth.
That's true.
He knows everybody. Oh, happy birthday.
We'd like to thank actually Subway for feeding the broadcast crew here before the game. Our friends at Subway, who by the way are sponsoring a Miguel Montero bobblehead day. If you follow me on the Twitter at Bird D-backs, I tweeted out a photo of the Miggy bobblehead, which is coming up in September. That's brought to you by the good folks at Subway. Ian Kennedy doubled his first time.
Those sandwiches were right on time today. We both had to be at the ballpark. Well, it was early for me. It was right on time for you. But yeah, those sandwiches came in right at about the perfect time this afternoon.
So our thanks to our friends at Subway. 1-0. By the way, the Miggy bobblehead is, check the calendar here, the 14th against the Rockies. That's a Saturday ball game. Miguel Montero bobblehead. We'll get a picture of that for you. It's a good looking bobblehead, I gotta say. It might be the best looking one yet.
We're in the alternate black jersey. Very stylish.
We have one up here with us in the booth, as we tend to do. There is the Miggy bobblehead, and see, this is, it's got the Subway logo on the front. Miggy's going down and getting a pitch right in his wheelhouse, down and into the lefty.
Seems like for Miggy's bobblehead, the head should stay stationary and just the lower jaw bounce up and down.
You know what he looks like right here? He looks like Mickey Dolenz from the Monkees.
Hey, hey.
On the bobblehead. Last train to Clarksville.
Oh, buy me a dog.
I'm gonna buy me a dog. But that's a good looking bobblehead. So Miguel Montero bobblehead coming up next month. 3-0. Holmberg behind on the pitcher here. There's the strike.
We talked about the season tickets the other day. I mentioned the fact that one of the most fun things I used to do every year was get together with the neighbors. You know, we would split. There were 4 families. We'd split season tickets and sit down and have that draft of which games you wanted to go to.
Loses Kennedy there. Second walk in the inning for Holmberg. His third of the ball game, and Josh Comenter is warming up for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, it actually kind of turned into a neighborhood party. Everybody would get together. The kids that all play in the backyard.
Hey, have a big board up there.
Yeah.
And, you know,
check them off.
Get the Dodgers, get the Giants. Charles Nagy to the mound. So come on down. Coleman continues to warm.
I mentioned in David Holmberg's last 6 starts at the Double-A level, pitch count was never really an issue. He did go over 104 times down there in Double-A, but creeping up there early in the ball game today. 72 pitches already here in the top half of the 4th inning.
David Holmberg at Double-A Mobile, 152 innings, 130 hits allowed with 115 strikeouts. They are taking their time here. And now we've got a couple of umpires coming in here. Brian Gorman is the crew chief. He's the second base umpire. He's signaling in the grounds crew. And they want the mound attended to here. Tony Randazzo came in from behind home plate to break up the meeting. Gorman, the crew chief, comes in from second, and now we'll have some landscaping. Now the grounds crew springs into action.
I wonder how long this has been problematic for David Holmberg. I mean, you can certainly understand a rookie pitching his first game in the big leagues. I don't want to complain. Geez, you know, I'll just figure out a way that hole that's not right where I want it to be. But apparently it's deepened to the point where it's starting to affect his delivery. So Grant Trenbreth and his crew are going to come out and manicure that mound, make it a little easier for David Holmberg to find that landing hole out there in the front.
This would be great at home. You walk out to the front yard, a little patch of grass or something. All of a sudden, 5 guys come sprinting out. They take care of the whole thing.
Come fix that, will you?
So don't forget, fans, while we take a break here, great time to check out 2014 Diamondbacks season tickets. We got a new 12-month flexible payment plan, and that's great if you're worried about, you know, swallowing down and writing a big check all in one shot. You don't have to do that. You can pay out over the full year. And don't forget, there's all kinds of benefits. You get early access to the ballpark. You get a priority for postseason seats, all kinds of giveaways, special events. 602-462-4600 or dbacks.com/tickets. And I think one of the great things the Diamondbacks have done here is they've created a whole section here in the ballpark that's always manned by the great staff here at Chase Field. It's got a big schedule up there, all the different options and ticket plans. You can go in there and have all your questions answered for you right here at the ballpark. So check it out. And if you renew before the end of this week, you're eligible for valuable prizes, including a trip to Australia to see the big opener next year against the Dodgers at the Sydney Cricket Ground. So renew before the end of this week, and you can get on board for that. dbacks.com/tickets for 2014. So become a D-backs season ticket holder, and we'll see you at Chase Field. You never know, maybe these guys will show up at your house one day. Start taking care of the lawn.
Well, if you like to watch the grounds crew, that early access with the season ticket holder plan, yeah, you get to come watch these guys. The Diamondbacks come out, take batting practice every afternoon. Before the visiting team goes out to take their batting practice, Grant and his crew are out there manicuring the field, smoothing out the bumps. And then in this case, the Padres come out and take their batting practice every day. And then the real work starts for the grounds crew as they get that field ready for the first pitch. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that early access. The season ticket holders come in, you watch a little batting practice, you beat the crowds into the ballpark. It's a much more low-key, casual atmosphere at that time of day. Much easier to get autographs at that time of day.
Yeah, I'd like to get here early just to be at the ballpark, because the roof is generally open and the grounds crew is watering and doing whatever they need to do before batting practice. And it's great to come in here and just watch guys hit, put your feet up. See if this meets with Holmberg's approval.
Well, there's something very peaceful about a nearly empty ballpark. The silence, the noises that you do hear, occasionally a ball whacking into a glove. Sometimes you can hear guys hitting into batting cages. But otherwise, it's just a very tranquil environment, knowing that very soon it's going to just be absolutely crazy. Bobby Cox used to like to spend a lot of time sitting up in the stands. He'd come to the ballpark every day, get his lineup ready, get everything prepared for that evening's ball game, and then he'd go up. You could hear his cleats rattling through the stands.
Because he wore spikes, right?
Yeah, always wore metal spikes. And find a seat up in the stands and you know, just sit back and relax and enjoy the sunshine and the green grass before the crowds even got to the ballpark.
Section 111 here at Chase Field, our season ticket headquarters. All your questions answered. Here's Kristen Orfia. 2 on, 1 out. You've got Hundley, the runner, at second, Kennedy at first. Both reach base via the walk here. 3 walks for Holmberg in the game, 2 in this inning. Denorfia doubled and scored his first time up. He's 1 for 2. Chris Denorfia's batting average drops by 70 points away from Petco Park. He's a .230 hitter on the road this year. One and two. Checking out the food. Uh-oh, Brad, what'd you get? What'd you get there?
Well, you guys were hungry. Obviously, I didn't know about the Subway meal earlier, but Michael Snokes is with the Levy Restaurants, and this is called the Landslide, apparently. What is in the Landslide?
The Landslide is 3 layers of ice cream. It has cappuccino in the middle. It's vanilla and double chocolate chunk on the outside, and then it's coated with macadamia nuts, toffee, and M&Ms. Served with caramel sauce, and it's all in a crust of Oreo cookie.
Roughly how many calories?
A billion. If you have to ask, it's too many.
And by the way, who ordered this?
Actually, we just brought it down here for a treat for the fans.
Derek did. Derek Hall did, right?
No, not Derek.
Well, it looks really good, guys. If you're hungry, I'll bring some up. It looks very good.
Oof,
yeah, Holly, you want some over here? We'll get some to Holly.
See, this is the way we roll here at Chase Field. Feed her immediately, please.
Open wide.
All right, nice work, Brad. Way to break that case wide open.
It looks good. The Landslide.
That looks about the same size as Gonzo's batting helmet in that Alumni game.
Probably protects you just as well, also. 2-2 to Denorfia. Inside, and it's full. Holmberg's already walked 2 in the inning. 78 pitches, 44 for strikes. See if he's got as much faith as we think he does in that changeup here. Bounce to third. Prado will get the force on Huntley, and that's it. Lead man erased. 2 down.
A good choice that time by Martin Prado. That ball really wasn't hit hard enough to possibly turn 2 up the middle of the field. Didn't have enough time to run to the bag at third, throw across the diamond. Just make sure you get that lead guy at third base. Ian Kennedy now becomes the lead runner out there at second with 2 outs in the inning.
But you've got to deal with Will Venable, who for the last 2 months has been one of the best hitters in baseball. 1 for 2 in the ball game. Venable since the beginning of July hitting almost .350. And he has slugged over .600. So this is a big out to get right here. And I think it's probably what Miguel Montero was saying.
As his 19 home runs would attest to, Will Venable's got some serious pop in that bat, but it's usually just pull power. He doesn't really drive the ball to the opposite field. He'll occasionally split the gap in left center, but when he does most of his damage, it's pulling the ball into right field.
Like that. Ian Kennedy will stop at third. Glenn Hoffman puts on the brakes. There's a single for Venable. He's 2 for 3. And the bases are full of Padres with 2 outs.
Takes a pitch out on the outer third of the plate and just hooks it back through that hole on the right side. That's where the exchange of runners getting Hundley. Even though he's a catcher, the chances are Glenn Hoffman tries to score him on that base hit to right field. But since it's Ian Kennedy running from second base, he throws up the stop sign.
And that's the stop sign right here from Kurt Gibson. That will be it for Holmberg in his big league debut. It ends after 80 pitches. He will leave with 2 outs, responsible for 3 base runners. Pitching change at Chase Field. We'll take a break. After 3 2/3, he's responsible for 3 base runners, 6 hits, 3 walks in 3 2/3.
I'm sure not what David had in mind, but you see the process starting already. They're talking to Brandon McCarthy, maybe talking about some of the pitches he threw to some of these Padres hitters, and you start to learn, and that's how you get better at this level. You got to take your lumps. Very few people get to the big leagues and are a finished product and compete and succeed immediately. Guys usually have to take their lumps, learn their lessons, and then eventually they develop into good big leaguers.
Jed Jerko looks at a ball from Josh Colmenter, 39th appearance of the season for Colmenter. Jerko had an RBI single. He scored a run in the first. He's 1 for 2. Bases full, 2 outs. High in the air, very shallow left. Eaton coming in, Gregorius going out. Adam Eaton has it, and Josh Colmenter puts out the fire. Padres leave them loaded. We'll head to the home half in a 3-3 ball game. D-backs Baseball Academy here at Chase Field. You can get actual if you bring the kids out to the ball game. Just another reason to join us here. Brought to you by Grand Canyon University. It's not just some little, wiffle ball thing. That's the real deal in there. 3 3s. We start the home half of the 4th. Aaron Hill, Gerardo Parra, and Miguel Montero. 5, 6, and 7 against Ian Kennedy. And there's David Holmberg. Now the sort of review process begins.
Like I said, this is how you learn. I mean, if everybody went out there and did exactly what they wanted to do every time, what fun is that?
It's a process.
Yeah,
you said
really
the word
is.
process.
Yeah.
Well, he certainly showed that he can locate those pitches. I know he had lost a couple of guys there in that top of the 4th, but pretty decent command. The changeup was as advertised. A lot to like there. And I'm sure it's always good to get the first one out of the way. Just over and done with. Just survive. Of course, you want to do well, but I'm sure you'd take survival if you're in David Holmberg's shoes.
Just want to make sure and continue to breathe.
Now, what was your big league debut?
In Cincinnati, Riverfront Stadium. Actually, the starting pitcher for the Reds that day was a guy that I later played with, Mike Lacoste. And he carved me up pretty good my first couple of at-bats, but then we got into their bullpen. A right-handed hard thrower named Scott Brown came in, and I got a base hit up the middle of the field, and couldn't have been happier.
Off and running.
In the Natty, close to home, lots of friends, lots of family there. So yeah, that was exciting.
Oh, yeah, you had all that going for you too. Oof. How many tickets, you remember?
No, I don't. It was in the 20s. I mean, a lot of people bought their own tickets. The local radio station rented a bus and brought a group down. And,
that's a lot of pressure.
bunch of my yo-yo buddies from college found their way over to Cincinnati. They still may be there for all I know, those guys.
That's the second time tonight that Ian Kennedy has walked Aaron Hill. 3 walks now for Kennedy. Leadoff man on for the Diamondbacks. And here's Parra. Last time up, he absolutely jumped on a pitch and tied the ball game. That made it a 3-3 game in the second, and that's where we are here in the fourth. Parra this year has already set career highs in hits, doubles, and home runs. It's a big game for the D-backs. They're all big at this point, but right now in St. Louis, the Reds are trailing the Cardinals 5-1. So if the D-backs win this one, the Diamondbacks will only be 5 games out of a wild card spot with 31 to play. And that's doable. Absolutely. Kennedy behind again now. Ian's had some stretches here where he's really been erratic. Take a look at the West in the wild card. Dodgers have Kershaw tonight against Travis Wood and the Cubs. And the Reds losing. So if that holds and the Diamondbacks can win this one, it'll only be 5 for the wild card spot. 2-0 to Parra.
You know, and the attitude down there in the dugout and in the clubhouse before the game, and certainly the coaching staff and Gibby, it's the same way I felt. The writers would come to you, you know, in late August and September and say, well, you're X number of games back with X number of games left to play. It doesn't look good. Hey, as long as you're not mathematically eliminated, you're still going out there every day with the idea that we're going to find a way to win this thing. Take care of business today, and then we'll come back tomorrow and take care of business again. But until they tell you that you're mathematically eliminated, you can no longer advance to the postseason. You continue to show up every day and grind.
You can make up 5 games in a month. That's hardly insurmountable. There's another walk. That's back-to-back walks to open the fourth here. Kennedy has now walked 4. I go back to the 2011 season, the remarkable end of that season that we had with that game 162. That's set up by epic collapses from the Red Sox and from the Braves, and 5 games would hardly be epic. So anything's possible, and a 5-game deficit with 31 to go is doable. And here comes now Tony Randazzo to break this up. Kennedy at 63 pitches. Right now he's thrown more balls than strikes. 33 balls, 30 strikes.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 6 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
Miguel Montero hammered a double to the gap in right center his first time. Aaron Hill at second, Gerardo Parra at first. Well, he's really having issues locating. Mickey was 0 for 4 in his return from the DL last night. He missed 24 games with that lower back strain. Last night his first game since July 28th. Well, he's all over the place, baby.
With everything, too. He's missed with his changeup. That was a cutter that was supposed to be on the inside part of the plate. Very nearly clipped Miggy.
Popped him straight up in the air. Chase Headley at foul ground. That's the first down here in the fourth.
Maybe a little upset with himself. Timing not quite what it will be, but man, did he get a pitch to hit right there. Ian Kennedy struggling to throw strikes, just kind of took a little off and goosed that one up there on the inside part of the plate about belt high. Miggy just got underneath it.
Oh. Talk about a hanging nothing ball. Here's Didi. He popped out to Headley his first time. No 1-1. Didi Gregorius on base 3 times last night, a pair of singles and a walk. He's hit safely in 3 straight. Didi batting over 300 his last 11 games. That comes directly after an 0 for 17 stretch. One and two.
Tight curveball that time from Ian Kennedy. That's a pitch that he used sparingly in his time here with the D-backs this year.
Aaron Hill at second. Toronto Parr at first. A pair of walks to lead off the inning. 1 and 2 to Gregorius. Mentioned that since he's been a Padre, Ian is actually walking more batters than he did in Arizona. With San Diego, he is averaging more than 4.5 walks per 9 innings, and he's really had command issues here in the 4th. Gregorius strikes out, 2 down, and now Coleminter will hit here with 2 on. Diamondbacks got the first 2 aboard in the 4th, but a pop-up and a strikeout will bring up the pitcher.
You see Nick Hundley kind of waving to Yonder Alonso on the first base side of the field. That's usually an indication of an off-speed pitch, and right there just alerting the guys on the right side of the infield. Off-speed pitch might be coming your direction, but Ian Kennedy threw a perfect changeup to get the swing and a miss that time.
Chance for Josh Coleminter, 1 for 9 on the year. Six hits for the Padres, 3 for the Diamondbacks.
As you might expect with Josh Coleminter at the plate, the Padres playing really cheap in right field and center field. Left fielder out there, Logan Forsythe, playing a little bit deeper, but if Josh would happen to shoot one through that right side of the infield, he better bust it down that first baseline. They may try to throw him out at first.
2 and 2. Yeah, Chris Denorfia, the right fielder, is almost where Aaron Hill often plays, where they have a shift on against a left-hand hitter.
That's one of the things a base coach will alert the runners to as well. You know, check where your outfielders are, and you can clearly see Denorfia in right and Venable in center playing shallow, not expecting Josh Coleminter to be able to drive the ball between them or over their heads.
Two and 2. Bounced over the glove of Kennedy. Jed Jerko is there. And a pair of leadoff walks are stranded in the 4th. We are through 4. It's 3-3.
by Lexus. The Golden Opportunity Sales Event is here. And by Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Downtown Phoenix, gorgeous night. Chase Field, Padres and Diamondbacks 3-3, top 5. And this is a game the Diamondbacks need. The game in St. Louis has gone final. The Cardinals beat the Reds 6-1. So if the Diamondbacks can take this one, they'll be 5 back with 31 to play. And there are the updated standings now. So it's a 5.5 game deficit for the D-backs. And if they can win this, it'll be down to 5.
Objects in the rearview mirror are closer than they appear.
Well, even closer than you think, because somehow the Cubs have scored first against Clayton Kershaw. The Cubs lead at Dodger Stadium 1-0 in the 4th. That's Travis Wood versus Kershaw. In the meantime, for the Diamondbacks, it's Josh Colmenter out there, his 39th appearance. He worked 2 1/3 innings each in both marathon games on the last road trip. That was the 16-inning game at Pittsburgh and the big 18-inning record breaker in Philadelphia. Saturday night in Philly, Josh threw 60 pitches.
Might have been a tough decision to make there in that bottom half of the 4th. Had Didi reach base.
And how about this, BB? We have Alexi Amarista leading off the inning, and he will hit here for Chase Headley. So Amarista hits for Headley, and we'll find out what that is all about.
Well, had Didi reached in that bottom of the 4th inning, you've got the bases loaded with only 1 out. Josh Colmenter coming to the plate. Now we know when Gibby brings Josh into the game, he expects to get multiple innings as that one's lifted foul down the third base line and will drift up into the seats. But a possible opportunity to score some runs right there, that makes that decision a little dicey.
That was a tough one. Amarista started last night. He was 1 for 3 with a single. We'll try and find out what the issue may be with Headley. A good crowd here tonight at Chase Field. Many fans taking advantage of the offer put forward on Twitter by Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall. All lower level seats here at Chase Field for this Padres series. $18 after that 18-inning game Saturday. So come on out tomorrow. Join us. D-backs and Padres. You can sit in a lower level seat for just $18. Futures Field still busy down there.
Well, this could very well set off a chain of events that we've seen from just about every game we played against the Padres. Some outfield roulette. I would guess that Logan Forsythe would possibly move into the infield and take over for Headley at third. Amarista would more than likely stay in the game somewhere in the outfield. And usually when he brings in a new outfielder, they all change positions.
Colmenter rings up Amarista to open the 5th. Yeah, Forsythe started in left tonight. He started at shortstop last night. So there is some flexibility there for Bud Black. Let's go downstairs to Brad.
Yeah, it's Josh Colmenter to the rescue once again. With that out, he now has 76 innings pitched out of the bullpen. That leads all National League relievers. Certainly part of the bigger picture. The D-backs bullpen has been called on a lot this year. 410 innings of work. And talked to the guys yesterday. Certainly they were used up and pretty gassed after that long 10-game Eastern road trip. We've seen that happen before as well. But all the guys say, you know, they're going to give it everything they've got. No time to really take a day off. But they also said they're going to be smart. If they feel they're so gassed, they're certainly have the confidence to tell Charles Nagy and Kirk Gibson that they might not be able to go, but they know how important their role has been this season, and they want to be a big part of this team's push to the playoffs.
Well, Josh has been terrific lately. He's given up just 1 run in his last 12 1/3 innings of work. 16 strikeouts over that span.
Yeah, going into play tonight, only the Giants had used their bullpen more than the D-backs. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the 5th here for Josh Colmenter.
He rings up Yonder Alonso. Right at the knees. So here is Logan Forsythe, the left fielder for the time being. Forsythe spent much of the first half of the season fighting a nagging foot injury. Opened the season on the DL, and he missed the first 63 games. We were talking about how the Cubs somehow lead inexplicably Clayton Kershaw and the Dodgers. I was looking up some numbers, as I tend to do sometimes, get a little geeky about things, but looking at the year that Martin Prado's having, leading the National League in both hits and RBIs in the second half of the season. He's got 2 Cubs right behind him in both those categories. Junior Lake, second in the National League in hits since the All-Star break, and Nate Scherholz second in RBIs. Josh Colmenter strikes out the side in order in the 5th. And we'll head to the home half. It's 3-3 at Chase. Executives on the pregame show. Diamondbacks Live coming your way at 6 o'clock from Chase Field. And tomorrow's guest, Cullen Maxey. This is the guy that runs the business side of things here at Chase Field. Cullen, one of the brightest guys you can ever sit down and talk to. Knows you learn so much about how baseball really works, about how the revenues come in and how they get used and what signage means and all that stuff. So we'll talk a lot about that. Should be very interesting with Cullen Maxey tomorrow on the pregame show. Logan Forsythe does indeed take over at third for Headley. So it's Denorfia, Amarista, and Venable left to right in the outfield. Nothing new with Bud Black. It just came a little early. Tony Campana bunts that one. And how about the play that Hundley almost made, catching that on the fly?
Almost made a highlight reel play right there. Ball wasn't bunted very high in the air, just a little behind him. Just got over the glove for a foul ball.
Padres got 3 in the first against David Holmberg in his big league debut. First 5 Padres reached. The first 4 had hits. Diamondbacks answered in the second. A 3-run homer by Gerardo Parra, his 10th of the year. Campana, Eaton, Goldie 1, 2, and 3 here in the 5th against Ian Kennedy. Diamondbacks have won 4 straight and 7 of 9 here at Chase Field, and all set up to get on a run here. Second game of a 9-game homestand. Bounce to second, Jed Jerko. There is no such thing as a routine play with Tony Campana.
What's up?
7-2 in the last 9 at home. Hitting for extra bases.
I love that. A lot of doubles, a lot of gappers. Goldie hit his first triple of the season in the ball game last night. We've seen some balls sail up into the seats.
But you got to get part of that too is getting these top 2 guys on base. It's something that's really worked out nicely here just over the last week or so with Campana and Eaton. So far they are 0 for 5 as Adam Eaton steps up with 1 out. And we've seen as they have both had very good weeks here what a weapon that can be. Last 9 games, Adam Eaton has scored 9 runs and driven in 7.
I know from past experience being a catcher how that changes the game when you have jackrabbits at the top of the order or the bottom of the order for that matter that get on base. It just changes everything you do. Where your infielders can position themselves, where the outfielders can position themselves, the pitches that you call for the guy on the mound. Everything changes when you get guys that can run on base.
That was the key last night. Campana had 2 singles. Eaton was hit by a pitch and had a single. They combined to score 3 runs. Adam drives that to the gap, and here we go. Adam Spanky Eaton is on the run and headed for third. His 3rd triple.
Marisa just into the ball game. Pinch hit for Headley and takes over in center field and was playing way over in the gap in left center for Adam Eaton. He just puts his head down and runs. Doesn't bother to watch the ball off the bat. Just get that motor going. Easily turns the corner at second base, in at third base standing, and immediately turned around to see where the ball was. Any mishandling of that relay throw at all, he's ready to sprint toward home.
Here's Goldie. Walked his last time up. He's 0 for 1. And that was another pitch, Bob, that Ian Kennedy left belt high over the middle of the plate. We saw Parra turn on one for a homer. Let's see if he can make another mistake right here. Paul has hit safely in 9 of his last 10. He's got 10 RBIs over that span. Go ahead run at third with 1 out. In the air to right. Will Venable in the corner. And he won't get there. That's into the bullpen for an RBI double for Paul Goldschmidt. It's 4-3 Diamondbacks, 28 doubles for Goldie. And now 104 RBIs to lead the National League. Steve Sachs is questioning whether or not that was a ground rule double or not. Corey Blazer is the first base umpire. He immediately signaled ground rule double.
Yeah, I think the ball bounced off the warning track and hit the foul pole down there in the right field corner. Slicing away from Venable, he gives it a nice effort just beyond his reach. Yeah, get a better look at it here. Maybe it bounces up. I think it hit the foul pole and came back on the field of play. I think that's Steve Sachs was possibly arguing that ball should have been in play, but clearly without the foul pole, that one bounces up and over, so that's a ground rule double.
And it hit that little screen there that's attached to the bottom of the foul pole, but in any case, it's a 4-3 Diamondback lead. Goldie's on second. And here's Prado's 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the second. Came in on the Parra home run. Martin Prado in 34 games since the All-Star break. Here's a look at Goldie. Prado 51 hits and 34 RBIs, leading the National League in both categories in the season's second half. Another one that was right there. 3-0. Aaron Hill is on deck. Hill has walked twice tonight. A view from the RandTrucks.com pool. Looking for a splash down here. 3-0. Bullpen is busy for the Padres. Tim Stauffer is up. Kennedy has been over 100 pitches in 2 of his 4 starts with San Diego. He threw 108 in his last start last week against the Pirates. He did not go, says Corey Blazer, and it's ball 4. That's 5 walks for Ian Kennedy here through 4 to 3rd.
Just didn't appear he wanted to give in to Martin Prado there. Threw a breaking ball on the 3-1 pitch. Missed off the outside corner to put runners at first and second for Aaron Hill. And certainly you can understand Ian Kennedy being careful with Prado. 14 for 29 this month with runners in scoring position. Pitch count starting to creep up there for Ian Kennedy.
92 pitches, 45 balls, 47 strikes. Goldie on second, Prado on first. 1 out. Here's Aaron Hill. He has walked twice and scored a run. There's a strike. Change of plan. Stauffer sitting now. Cole Hines, the lefty up. They've got Parra and Montero up after Hill, and Didi, 3 lefties. Aaron Hill hitting better than .340 since the All-Star break. Base is full. Looked like it got him right in the back. Well, Ian Kennedy says he needs to pitch inside. Last time we saw this, it was at Dodger Stadium.
All hell was breaking loose. Kennedy is 11th batter he's plunked this year. Looked like it was headed right for the rib cage of Aaron Hill. He pulled that left arm down to kind of deflect it away a little bit, but now bases loaded for Gerardo Parra.
And the wheels have come off for Kennedy almost so quickly they had barely had time to get the lefty up there. Big chance here for Gerardo Parra. Our Ram Trucks tools of the trade. Gerardo Parra with a great catch here. Whew. That ended the first inning off the bat of Ronnie Cedeno, and then in the second turned on that one for a 3-run homer to tie the ball game. And now he's back in there against Ian Kennedy. Bases loaded, 1 out. A run in here and a chance to break this thing open. Parra over his last 15 games hitting better than .300. Oh, 1. Paul Goldschmidt at third, Martin Prado at second, Aaron Hill at first. Ian Kennedy in this inning has given up a triple, a double, a walk, and he's hit a batter. Parra behind 0-2. Miguel Montero is on deck. Bases loaded. Parra hitting almost .400 this year.
battle here. Gerardo Parra looks like he's picking the ball up really well out of Ian Kennedy's hand tonight. He's laid off some breaking pitches that were down and in. Looked like he saw him rather quickly. That time a breaking ball a little better to hit on the inside part of the plate, just fouled it away.
He's homered and walked so far against Ian. He's behind here, 1-2. In the air to center field. Amarista backing up on the run, looking up, and that ball is off the wall. Goldie scores. Prado scores. Aaron Hill stops at second. Parra hustles back with a long 2-run single. That's the longest single he may ever hit. Everybody had to hold up there for a while. Kind of slowed traffic on the bases, and Aaron Hill stopped at second.
Another breaking ball, this one over the outer third of the plate. Parra barrels it up to straightaway center field. He scores easily. There you see Prado running right up the back and says, wait a minute. Aaron Hill's not going to make it to third base. I better get back to first, and he does so.
5 RBI for Gerardo Parra. That's a career high, and he chases Ian Kennedy after 99 pitches. The Diamondbacks lead the Padres 6-3. We take a break here at Chase. Before 2 base runners out there in a 5th inning, Bob, that just completely got away from it.
It was one of those innings where either he missed the strike zone by such a wide margin that he wasn't fooling any of the D-backs hitters, or he made mistakes right in the middle of the plate.
And Gerardo Parra is our APS Energy All-Star. He has a 3-run homer, a walk, and a long 2-run single, a career-high 5 RBIs. And he's laughing at Aaron Hill, who you don't want to call it a base-running blunder. He had to be careful there with the ball caroming off the terrace up there, but Parra almost ran over him on the bases. But 3 runs are in, 2 are on, still only 1 out. The new pitcher for the Padres is the lefty. This is Colt Hines. We saw Colt Hines last night, worked 1/3 of an inning. Miguel Montero. And as Bud Black tends to do, he has once again changed his entire outfield. Amarista's now at 3rd. Mark Kotze has come into the game. He's in left. Stand by for the rest. He's already had 3 guys play left field. We're only through 4 to 3rd. So Amarista at 3rd. Kotze in left. Venable now is back in center where he started. And Denorfia has moved over to right. So Kotze, Venable, Denorfia left to right.
And if you are scoring at home,
give
Hines,
up.
Yeah,
Give up.
Hines, the pitcher, goes into Forsythe's spot. Made the last out of that top half of the 5th inning. Kotze will go into the pitcher spot.
And we kind of buried the lead here, Bob.
The tacos. Gotta love it.
Sometimes you gotta live mass. Perino. Ball 4, bases loaded.
Additional defensive changes for San Diego.
So Hines comes in to face the lefty. Montero walks him to load it up, but now he'll work to another left-hander. Here comes Didi, who's 0 for 2. There, now that's a good time at the RamTrucks.com pool right there.
Life is good.
That looks like an Ohio U dorm room on a Saturday morning.
Got that right.
Here's Didi. Six hits apiece now. Bases full, 1 out. 1-0.
Just tease us. Yeah.
Boy, Brad's down there eating mudslide sundaes. They got Pete's in the RamTrucks.com pool out. We're scraping by on popcorn, cactus corn that Dennis Lamb went down and got for us. Thank you, Dennis. Oof. That's a lovely shot. Thank you for that, Mitch. Can we get a napkin out there? It's on a strict training program. 1-2. Josh Colementer's out there on deck. We already saw Josh and Bob. You talked about this as last time. Have to bat in a spot where you would have rather had a pinch hitter, and it looks like they may be there again here.
This time around, though, 3-run lead after the outburst here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. So I don't think there's any doubt Josh is going to take it back.
Right to Alonso, and he doubles up Miguel Montero. And wow, Cole Hines came up with the line drive he needed, but the Diamondbacks get 3. And we are through 5. It's 6-3 D-backs. Josh Colementer, he was striking out the side in the 5th in order. And he's back out there now to open the 6th. He got Amarista, Alonso, and Forsythe.
Brought some sanity back to the ball game after the early struggles of David Holmberg in his major league debut. He settled in kind of nicely in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The pitch count caught up to him a little bit there in the 4th inning, but Josh Colementer only came in and struck out the side in the 5th. Looked good doing it.
Reds have lost in St. Louis, so if the Diamondbacks can hang on, they'll only be 5 back in the wild card. Right now, the Dodgers are hosting the Cubs, and the Cubs lead LA 1-0. Clayton Kershaw has thrown 87 pitches through only 5 innings. He's got 7 strikeouts, but he trails at 1-0. Travis Wood pitching a good ball game for the Cubbies. Nick Hundley, Ronnie Cedeno, and Mark Kotze. 7, 8, 9, and Bud Black's latest lineup. Boy, he makes Tony La Russa look like a roll out the balls guy. Bounce to third. Martin Prado. One away. Cole has now retired all 5 he's faced.
And really for Bud Black, it's just the outfield. You know, depending on the 3 guys he has out there, you know, he likes one guy better in center, one guy better in right, one guy in left, and then when he makes a change, suddenly now that 3rd guy changes the equation. Now I got to move the center fielder to left, move the left fielder to right, and put the new guy in center. And he's not done yet. We may see a couple more changes in the outfield before this one is all said and done.
I got to tell you, it's kind of annoying.
Messes up a scorecard in a hurry.
It's a disaster. Yeah, the graphics guys are having their own issues. Cole Mentor jumps ahead 0-2. Josh rolling along here. Ooh, how about that for efficient? His last 12 1/3 innings, 16 strikeouts. That was coming into this game. So you can add 3 more to that total. Josh has appeared in 12 games since the All-Star break. He worked 22 1/3 since the break. 23 hits, 21 strikeouts. One and two. There's the view from behind Gerardo Parra in right field. Tell you what, we'll do everything but put you in the game here at Chase. Didi right there, 2 down. Hey fans, FoxSportsArizona.com, all the online local sports coverage you need. Jack Magruder, there's Jack right there working on his post-game story. Cardinals expect more from their tight end, and Arizona State's running back DeAndre Lewis finally healthy. Check it all out at FoxSportsArizona.com. So here's Kotze, who's playing left field. They've had 3 left fielders in the game already, the Padres. And the veteran Kotze will take an at-bat. His playing time has been very limited as of late. Hitting .250 since the All-Star break. He's at .200 on the year, but here in the second half, he's played in just 22 games, only 4 starts. Judd, man of the camera and right. Hey, Judd. We had a ball go off the camera in the left field corner. Where was Cincinnati, right?
Yeah.
Right off the lens.
Was that Chu's home run that he sliced right down the line?
The pop-up in the first inning. Back with you tomorrow here on Fox Sports Arizona. Pre-game show at 6 o'clock. Series finale, Diamondbacks and Padres. Don't forget, fans, all lower level seats for that ball game, only $18, so come on down. Chopped over the head of Cole Mentor. Aaron Hill is there. And Josh Cole Mentor has retired all 7 he's faced. The D-backs lead at 6-3. daughter shutout. She was tremendous that day. Josh Colmencher is retired all 7 he's faced in the ball game. Will hit to lead off the 6th. So Colmencher, Campana, Eaton 9-1-2 against Colt Hines. Isn't Cole Hines the kid that was named by his father after the Fall Guy?
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, he got hit by pitch.
Second inning in a row, a Diamondback hitter has been hit by a pitch. Leadoff man aboard. Yeah, I think it was Mark Grant that told us that story, the Padres broadcaster, that Cole Hines' dad loved the Fall Guy with Lee Majors, which was somewhere in the 80s, right?
81, I believe, is yeah. That's what I have on my notes here that Mark Grant gave me last time we played the Padres. Yeah, Colt Seavers was Lee Majors played the character Colt Seavers in that show, and
he was a Hollywood stuntman.
Yeah, and his dad was a big fan. His dad was a rodeo crown, actually. Colt Hines. Probably should sit down and have a long chat with Cody Ross.
Well, I think that's all Cody can do these days is sit as he recovers from that hip injury. Yeah, it's kind of weird how that worked out.
Colt Hines is a guy, when he comes to the ballpark with the Padres, he's pretty sure he's going to get into most ball games. He's the only lefty they have down there. Now, they do have some right-handed pitchers that are equally effective against lefties, but if you want a left-handed pitcher on a left-handed hitter, he's your guy for the Padres right now.
Well, they traded the other guy they had, Joe Thatcher.
Yeah.
Two and 1. Tony Campana 0 for 3. That's 25 push-ups. Amarista has it. That's a little Willie Mays Hayes deal. Every time that happens, he should be doing push-ups in the box right now. One away. Here's Adam Spanky Eaton. Triple and scored his last time. Brad Boxberger, the righty, warms up. Eric Chavez, A.J. Pollock, some dugout hijinks. A.J.'s got a bat there. He's ready to go. I've noticed that everybody on the Diamondbacks refers to A.J. as Allen. I think because of the Hangover movie. Allen. Of course, A.J. is Alan Lorenz Pollock.
I've always just called him Irish since the first day of spring training.
Notre Dame Fighting Irish started there in South Bend as a third baseman. Popped in the air to left. Kotze.
Had the wrong left fielder in there for that one.
The veteran Mark Kotze. He's been around a while, that's for sure. Kotze, 37 years old, birthday 38 coming up in December. His 17th year in the major leagues. Former Cal State Fullerton star. He was most outstanding player in the College World Series in 1995. One and two on Adam Spanky Eaton.
And apparently Adam Eaton did not make a believer out of the Padres defense with that drive to the gap in right center in his last time up, because once again they're shading him to hit the ball to the opposite field.
Discussion about that bat.
I mean, it's just ridiculous how fanatic baseball players are about their hitting weapons.
There's a weapon, drops it into shallow center. Adam Eaton's 2 for 4. That was nice, just went down there, knocked it into center, a little bloop, base hit. Were you crazy protective? Here comes Bud Black.
Not really, but you know, you get a dozen bats, you go through them. There's subtle differences from one bat to the next. Even though they're all supposed to be the same length and the same weight, there's always little differences.
Diamondbacks lead at 6-3. They are threatening again. Pitching change. We'll take a break. Our Firestone Auto Care Extra Mile Index, highest percentage for home runs to tie or take the lead in the majors this season, and there they are. Martin Prado and Paul Goldschmidt, and with 2 on and 1 out, they will be the next 2 Diamondback hitters. Fortunately, they already lead the game 6-3. New pitcher for the Padres. This is the right-hander, Brad Boxberger.
Boxberger, a fastball changeup slider pitcher, loves his changeup. You'll see him throw that, especially as an out pitch.
And now batting, first baseman.
And he gets to deal with Paul Goldschmidt here. Goldie has grounded out, walked, and his last time up had an RBI double and scored a run. Josh Coleman, the runner at second. Adam Eaton, the runner at first.
Starts him off with that straight changeup. Of course, there's nothing straight about it. It has a lot of downward movement, sometimes some tailing action down and into the right-handed hitter.
He's due to hammer one about 420. Kind of feels like one of those at bats. It's like a spidey sense, like Spider-Man.
Didn't miss by much right there. Got a slider in the middle of the plate. Hang him a changeup. They didn't really tee one up.
You hang him, we bang him.
You may have noticed right there, Nick Hundley. We've been watching him behind the plate tonight, signaling to his corner infielders when they're throwing a change up to a hitter. That time, after giving his signs, he put his palm up to the air and give it to me up high. That's always a fastball. You're never going to ask for a high curveball or a high changeup. The only pitch you want up in the zone is an occasional fastball.
Ooh, just missed there. when you're trying to get him to chase, right?
Yeah. Try to elevate that fastball, maybe get Paul to chase something up there above the letters.
2-2. Paul Goldschmidt has now had 67 at bats this season, in which the count has gone full 3-2. That is the 5th most in the National League. The 4 players who've had more than Goldie are all hitting 284 or below. In full counts, Goldie's hitting 333. Do it again.
I mean, we've grown accustomed to it because we watch him every day. But the thing he does with the bat on his shoulder, the bottom hand is just so loose on the bat. You'll see him here after he takes a couple of practice waggles against Boxberger. He'll rest that bat on his shoulder, and his bottom hand is just barely hanging onto the bat.
Drives that one down the line and right, and that is a foul ball.
This is what I was talking about. Look how loosely he has that bat. Just his thumb and his fingers just very lightly on the bat handle. But as he gets down into a hitting position, watch out. I mean, every hitter has something they do to try to relieve the tension in their wrists and their forearms as they're waiting for the pitch. And that's what works for Goldie.
It's just amazing. He's in that big power hitting first baseman's body, and he grinds out these at bats like just that little middle infield type. 10th pitch of the at bat on the way.
The difference is the middle infield type, if you make a mistake with 2 strikes, they might get a base hit. Goldie might hit one in the pool.
He takes the walk, and the bases are loaded with 1 out for Martin Prado. Prado singled and scored in the 2nd, walked and scored in the 5th. He's 1 for 2. Josh Colmenter, the runner at 3rd, Adam Eaton on 2nd, and Paul Goldschmidt on 1st. Bases full, 1 out. Reds have already lost. Diamondbacks need this one. Counting today, Prado has now hit safely in 21 of his last 24. Batting almost 370 over that span. 2-0. Boxberger has thrown 7 balls and 6 strikes. He walks in a run. 7-3 Diamondbacks. Bases full.
Josh Colmenter finally gets to go in and sit down. He led off this inning getting hit by a pitch. Seemed like a long time ago. We've had a pitching change, a couple of base on balls to load him up, and Josh finally gets a chance to go back in that dugout and sit down for a minute.
Diamondbacks were down 3-0. They have scored 7 unanswered. There's another ball. It's 1-0. Padres got 3 in the top of the 1st against David Holmberg. D-backs 3 in the bottom of the 2nd, 3 in the bottom of the 5th, and 1 here so far. There's the strike, 1-1. Aaron Hill has walked twice and been hit by a pitch. He scored a run. Career .341 hitter with the bases full.
Boy, for the season, that was the Diamondbacks' 9th bases loaded walk this year. Only the Reds have more in the National League. 13 times they've drawn a base on balls with the bases loaded.
2-1. It's on Maurice at third, and Eaton is back just in time.
Good reaction by Adam Eaton at third base. You're taught to freeze on a line drive, especially when that ball is hit to your side of the field. That time Eaton able to win the foot race back to the bag. Avoid that double play.
Well, Gerardo Parra already has a career high 5 RBIs in the ball game, and here he comes with the bases loaded. 3-run homer in the second, 2-run single his last time up. He's also walked in the ball game. One and one. Padres bullpen has been a busy place lately. Stauffer was throwing earlier. He's back up there now. Struck him out. Diamondbacks leave him loaded, but they get one more in the 6th on the bases loaded walk, and we are through 6. It's 7-3 D-backs.
With Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax.
The stars in their courses. Beautiful night here in the Valley. Diamondbacks looking good here in Chase Field under the roof, leading the Padres 7-3 as we start the 7th inning. With Josh Colmenter back out there on the mound. He's retired all 7 he's faced in relief of David Holmberg, who made his major league debut here. Gave up 3 runs in the first, and the Diamondbacks have answered with 7 to lead at 7-3. Denorfia, Venable, Jerko 1, 2, and 3 against Colmenter. Denorfia doubled and scored his first time. So far, Josh Colmenter throwing strikes. Face hit. Campana kicks it around. Denorfia will take the extra base. Denorfia got a free 90 feet right there.
We talk all the time about moving your feet to get yourself in a good fielding position. That time Tony Campana actually played that into a tough hop out there just to the right of straightaway center. And yeah, give credit to Denorfia for hustling down that first base line. Didn't take anything for granted. Ends up in scoring position with nobody out.
E8, a single and an error on the center fielder. Venable up now. He's 2 for 3. Is Will Venable this good, or finally putting it together, or it's just an outlier? We'll see. That's the discussion around the Padres this year, one of them anyway. Venable hit .253 in his first 5 seasons in San Diego. Never more than 13 homers in a year, but this year he's 20 points above his career average, and he's already homered 19 times.
Some of that, I'm sure, is due to some mechanical changes to his swing up there in the plate, carrying his hands much lower this year, standing a little more upright in that left-handed batter's box. And he doesn't get cheated. Boy, when he lets it go, he's got a lot of bat speed through the hitting zone.
Hitting about .350 since the beginning of July. Boy, he can play some outfield too. He's a tremendous defensive player. 1-2. Chase that one upstairs.
I think Venable's a little bit like a lot of other players at the major league level that maybe get rushed up to the big leagues a little bit before they're fully ready. I mean, his skill set is unbelievable. Tremendous speed. He's a great defender, has a strong, accurate throwing arm. Just until this year had not found the consistency with the bat that you would like to see to go along with everything else that he does so well.
Pops that one up very short right. Aaron Hill out there. Parra coming in, calls him off, and he's got it for the first out. So Venable 2 for 4. Here comes Jerko. Former Padre great Joe Thatcher up for the Diamondback bullpen. So, well, Kennedy pitched. I guess Thatcher has to pitch too.
I would guess that Thatcher's getting ready just in case the Padres get down to that Yonder Alonso spot in the lineup with some traffic on the bases. That would more than likely be Joe Thatcher's cue to come into this ball game.
Jerko, an RBI single. He scored a run in the first. He's 1 for 3. Hear the phone ringing in the Diamondback bullpen. 91 years old today. A birthday kiss from Baxter.
For that Josh Colmenter changeup, it's like it has a parachute on it. It comes out of his hand, looks like it's going to be a fastball, and about halfway to the plate, it just hits the brakes drop straight down toward the ground. You get some really funny looking swings for some good big league hitters.
Constantly amazed at how Josh is so effective with essentially 2 pitches, one of them being an 88-mile-an-hour fastball.
There's that changeup again, throwing it for strikes right on the outside corner.
I'll work that curveball in there very occasionally, but you're going to get fastball, you're going to get changeup.
Should be a fastball up. Yep.
4 strikeouts for Coleman, 2 down in the 7th.
Miggy did the same thing we pointed out with Nick Hundley in the previous half inning. Anytime you give that signal, throw it up high in the zone, especially when you come up out of your crouch the way Miggy did right there on the 2-strike pitch. That's going to be a fastball.
He'll work to Amarista now. Denorfi at second, 2 outs. Amarista struck out looking against Coleman in the 5th. Don't let Amarista's size fool you. 5'8", 152. Phil Plantier is the Padres hitting coach, and he likes to describe Amarista as a slugger. Says he takes one of the hardest cuts in the ball club. Amarista hitting better than .320 over his last 11 games. Amarista played in the minor leagues in the Angels system with Patrick Corbin. Patrick was raving about him. Signed by the Angels in '07 out of Venezuela. Two and two. Those little parachute balls.
Yep. Yeah, that changeup in the high 70s, occasionally touching the low 80s. This bottoms out.
2 and 2. Denorfi is there at second, the only batter to reach so far against Coleman. Struck out the side in order in the 5th, worked a 1-2-3 6th. Now he's a strike away from stranding Denorfi, his leadoff single. Popped him up, shallow center, Campana. Didi Gregorius. Wait for it. He's out. How did he catch that? We leave with our Chaz Roberts air conditioning cool play of the game. Wow.
know if I've ever seen an infielder make this particular kind of catch, running straight out, but yet catches it with the fingers up in the air. Never takes his eye off the ball. Tremendous concentration. You see that left knee. Tony Campana comes tumbling into the picture. Wow, what a play.
Holy moly. Didi Gregorius continues his highlight reel defense as we open the bottom of the 7th, and Joe Borowski joins us here in the booth. How about that, pitcher? You like that behind you, don't you?
I'd have loved when players did that.
Wow.
That right there is why they compliment you. When you work fast, when you throw strikes, guys play defense behind you like that. They're not on their heels. They're not sitting back saying, is this going to finally be a strike? Josh came in, he threw strike after strike, and that's what happened. Guys play great defense behind you.
Well, speaking of defense, let's sort this out with the Padres now, because we've got the 4th different guy playing third. We just showed you Jerko's at third, Guzman at second. New pitcher is Tim Stauffer to face Miguel Montero, who leads off the bottom of the 7th. And we had a shot of the Miggy bobblehead here. That's in front of Joe Borowski in our booth. Miguel Montero bobblehead day coming up in September at Chase Field. And Miggy's ahead 2-0. He has doubled and walked, 1 for 2. So, Joe, what'd you think of David Holmberg? I mean, you couldn't have drawn up a worse start for him. He had a ball go off somebody's glove, then a little cheapy bunt that turned into a base hit, and then things kind of went south in a hurry there. But what'd you see that you liked?
The biggest thing that came out of it from is I think he has the possibility to be a strike thrower. He can throw strikes with his pitches. The one thing he's going to have to work on in order to stay up here is he has to get a put-away pitch. He was able to get hit ahead of a lot of hitters, but he didn't have that one pitch that he can rely on if he was in a certain situation and he can throw and get guys out consistently with. Now his changeup can be very good, and that could be something in the future that he can rely on to be his out pitch. But right now he has 4 pitches that he could throw for strikes, but not one that's that one pitch that puts you over the top where you can get somebody out.
And that's kind of the problem that Ian Kennedy had here for a while. Get 2 strikes on a guy and it would struggle, and Joe will talk about that on Diamondbacks Live right after the ball game here.
And it looked like in some of the situations, and of course Miggy hasn't seen David Holmberg since spring training, so maybe not quite on the same page. He tried to throw the slow curve.
That's popped up. Denorfia is out there and right. Whoa! Will Venable calls him off. Everybody's all right. One away.
The slower rolling breaking ball, and it just didn't have enough break. He didn't put it in a good enough spot, and it was a very hittable off-speed pitch for the Padres tonight. Maybe with more work, that slider, a little harder breaking ball, a little shorter break, because his command, as you said, I was impressed. Even though he got banged around a little bit, I liked his command.
Yeah, he was right around the black of the plate all the time, it seemed. No mistakes in the middle where you get killed.
And that's what you want from a young pitcher, is someone who's not afraid to come up here and throw strikes, because a lot of times young pitchers come up here and they nibble around the plate, and before you know it, they're 2-0, 3-0 on everyone. He was throwing strikes, but I think, like Bob was saying, he had that big slow curveball. If in the future he develops one that you throw for a strike and one that you put away somebody with, then that's when you're going to be able to get those outs when you need them.
Here's Didi, who made that sensational play in shallow center field. He's ahead 2-0. And it was a tough start for David, because Denorfia led off the game with a line drive to right that went off Parra's glove, and then Venable just lays down a little bunt that he beat out for a base hit. Then Jerko kind of fisted one into shallow right, and he kind of got nickeled and dimed there for the first 3 hitters, and then Headley lined one, first clean hit he had there, into left, and before you know it, it was 3-0 Padres in the first 5 it reached.
And how he was visualizing his first start in the big leagues definitely was not that scenario. So for him to get out of that first inning, and then the jitters go out, and he was still able to keep the Diamondbacks in this game through the next 3 innings. So, I mean, you got to give him credit for not folding in that situation, because a lot of young guys, you come up here and that happens to them, they could go by the wayside, but he kept pounding the strike zone, gave the Diamondbacks a chance to get right back in this game.
Yeah, he did a good job. He gave up the double to Ian Kennedy to lead off the second once he got out of the first. But after the Kennedy double, he retired the next 6 he faced. So there was a lot to like. Chaz Rowe is up. And A.J. Pollock will hit for the pitcher.
I had a pitching coach very early on in my career. Came up with this quote about young pitchers. Sometimes they find themselves pitching to the guy's baseball card rather than just making their pitches. You know, you get caught up in the whole moment. You're looking in there. Oh my God, this is Will Venable. He's been red hot. This is Yonder Alonso. This guy can really hit. You pitch to their baseball card instead of just executing the pitches you need to execute to get him out as a hitter.
Well, Bob, there's a reason why great hitters fail 70% of the time, because if a pitcher makes his pitches, you're going to get that hitter out more times than not. And you have to almost convince yourself when you're a younger pitcher that if you go out there and execute, you'll get guys out. You don't have to pitch around people. You can pitch to contact and still get guys out.
Which is especially important with this defense, that the Diamondbacks can run out there behind a young pitcher.
And again, if the ball to lead off that first inning doesn't go off Parra's glove, because we're so spoiled because Gerardo always catches those, and then Venable doesn't beat out the bunt, Jerko doesn't bloop one into the outfield, it's a whole different ball game.
Absolutely.
A.J. had that big 3-hit day in Philadelphia on the road trip finale Sunday, including his 7th home run. And the combo of Campana and Eaton, Bob, has worked out so well that A.J. hasn't seen a whole lot of at-bats lately.
Well, I'm sure he will as we move forward here into the final month of the season. A.J.'s been a big part of this team this year, at times really swinging the bat well, always playing great defense.
Brings him up, 2 strikeouts in the inning for Stauffer. Joe Borowski will be on D-backs Live after the game. Joe, thanks.
Lots to talk about.
That's tomorrow here in the series finale. Wade Miley on the mound for the Diamondbacks. And don't forget, fans, in honor of the 18-inning win over the Phillies over the weekend, all lower level seats here at Chase Field for tomorrow's ball game, $18. So come on down and watch Wade Miley pitch against Robbie Erlin. Series finale, an off day on Thursday, then 3 biggies against the Giants this weekend. So a big homestand, a big week, and a big weekend here at Chase Field. Chaz Rowe on to start the 8th inning for the Diamondbacks. He'll face Alonso, Guzman, and Hundley. 5, 6, and 7. 8th appearance of the season for Chaz Rowe. He's pitched in 2 games since his latest recall from Reno, and he has looked very good. 3 1/3 hitless innings, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. Alonso is 0 for 2. He walked in the first.
Yeah, same variety of pitches we saw from Chaz Rowe earlier in the season. Everything just a little crisper, a little more movement on the sinker, a little sharper break on the slider.
Yonder Alonso going through a serious power drought right now. His last home run was May 19th.
Wow.
He's gone 49 games without a homer. And the other part of that equation is, well, he's hit about 280 over that stretch. He's still hitting. But since May 19th, Alonso has 4 extra base hits. That's it. He has battled that nagging hand fracture, and it really seems to have affected him.
Talk about it all the time. Hand and wrist injuries, they always take longer to come back from than you anticipate. And even when you do come back, your timing is usually at least a couple weeks behind that.
He missed 39 games through all of June and into July with a fractured right hand. He'll take the walk to lead off the 8th. His second walk tonight. Keeping an eye on the National League Central, of course, with the Diamondbacks chasing the Cardinals and the Reds for wild card spots. The Pirates leading that division, and BB, they made a move today. They picked up a power hitting outfielder that they've needed for a while, and they also pick up John Buck. They've had some injuries behind the plate at catcher. They lost Mike McHenry. The Cardinals are leading that division. You got the Pirates and, of course, the Reds right there. So the Buccos made a move.
Apparently they did get good news on Starling Marte. Initially they thought he was going to be done for the year with a broken hand, but he asked for and was granted a second opinion, and the second doctor said no, you don't need surgery, it's not broken. So he's hoping that within 2 to 3 weeks he'll be able to start swinging the bat again. But in the meantime, they pick up a veteran in Marlon Byrd that's having an unbelievable year.
Yeah, had a great bounce back year for the Mets.
Timing couldn't have been worse for Mets fans, though, because it was Marlon Byrd T-shirt giveaway night at Citi Field.
Not only were they giving away T-shirts, they were giving away Marlon Byrd.
One of them actually had Marlon in it.
That's a problem. They got a very low-level infield prospect in return and future considerations, but people surprised actually that the Mets held on to Marlon Byrd that long. He's had a nice bounce back year. So the Pirates trying to hang on in that division. God forbid they don't get into the postseason again after last year's collapse. And we were there, Bob, at the start of that road trip, and they're fired up about that team in Pittsburgh. They're thinking playoffs and nothing else.
Drawing big crowds out to PNC Park.
Waited a long time, 20 years without a winner. Phone ringing again in the D-back bullpen. You can hear the phone from up here. It's amazing. 3-1 to Jesus Guzman. Right under the radio booth next to us. Do you think the Pirates hang on?
Yeah, I do. I think, you know, because of their past struggles, especially the last 2 years when it looked like they were in a real good position to finish over 500. This year, their goal is a lot higher than that. They want to go to the playoffs this year. And I think because of the experiences they've had the last 2 years, they're a little better equipped this season. Not to mention the fact they were 22 games over 500 going into play tonight.
Chaz Rowe has walked the first 2 he's faced here in the game. Will Harris is thrown. And Charles Nagy will pay visits. Mentioned the Dodgers game where the Reds have already lost in the NL Central, so the Diamondbacks need to hang on here and get within 5 of that second wild card. We're also keeping an eye, of course, on the Dodgers in the NL West, and we have good news there as well. The Cubs lead 3-1 at Dodger Stadium in the 7th inning, and that's against Clayton Kershaw. It says 2 there. They've since added a run, so it's 3-1 Cubs. And how the fighting Cubbies getting to Clayton Kershaw? Let's see. Kershaw went 5 2/3, gave up 7 hits and had 3 walks.
107 pitches in 5 2/3.
He did have 9 strikeouts. That might have driven the pitch count up a bit as well.
Whew. Now that Pirates team, when we were just in Pittsburgh on that last road trip, and you pointed this out, partner, it had been 20 years of losing baseball. This is year 21. Roberto Clemente, number 21. It's all coming together there in Pittsburgh.
Right in front of the 21-foot high fence in right field. Don't want to get too comfortable here. 2 walks to open up the 8th. Pirates lost today. They lost to the Brewers 7-6. Popped him up. Right behind the mound, Didi Gregorius. One away. How about this? The Pirates had 15 hits. The Brewers had 14 hits. Milwaukee won 7-6.
Good slider down in the zone. Somehow Hundley managed to get underneath it, pop it high in the air. A little easier catch for Didi that time.
Cardinals beat the Reds 6-1. Joe Kelly beat Matt Latos. Shin-Soo Choo hit his 17th. Boy, we saw Latos in a series finale in Cincinnati, the afternoon game. He was outstanding. Today against the Cardinals, gave up 4 runs, 9 hits in 6 innings. Ronnie Cedeno 0 for 3. Right now, the Rays and the A's hold the 2 American League wildcard spots. Both teams with 74 wins. Will Harris and Joe Thatcher still throwing. Cleveland's 3 games out of a wildcard spot. Baltimore 3.5. Yankees 4.5. That one is driven down the line in left. That's a fair ball, and one hops the wall. Eaton plays it. 2 runs are going to score. Suddenly it's a 1-run lead. 2 walks to lead off the inning by Chaz Rowe. They both score.
Good at that, brother. Way to go, yo.
And it's 7-5 now. And the tying run will come to the plate.
Inside part of the plate slider down. Cedeno just golfs it toward that bullpen in left field. Ball short hops up against the fence. Adam Eaton a little lackadaisical going after that ball. It gave Glenn Hoffman an opportunity to wave Guzman all the way around from first base to score on that double.
2 runs now. Here comes Kirk Gibson. He's seen enough. They want Heath Bell. Mark Kotze, the scheduled hitter. And with 1 out in the 8th, Will Harris will come in with the Padres getting the tying run to the plate. We'll take a break. TV providers, just go to foxsports1.com, find out what channel Fox Sports 1 is on, in your area. On for the Diamondbacks. Look like Will Harris. It's Joe Thatcher, the left-hander. And he inherits a bit of a mess here. Padres with one out in the eighth have brought the tying run to the plate. 64th appearance of the season for the former Padre Thatcher. That's only one shy of his career high from back in 2010. He's on for the 14th time this year for the Diamondbacks. And he'll work to the left-hand hitting Mark Kotsay.
It can be hard to keep track of the Padres batting order with all the changes and moves that Bud Black has made already in this ball game, but it looks like Thatcher definitely is going to get Kotsay, probably pitch through Denorfia, and get Venable as well, another left-handed hitter.
Kotsay came in about midway through. He's only had one at bat, 0 for 1. Grounded out his last time up against Josh Colmenter. Base hit. That's in the gap. Cedeno will come around and score, and it's a 7-6 ball game.
Right fielder Chris Denorfia.
Big hit. Nice.
Jazz Rowe walked 2, gave up a double. All 3 runners have scored.
That's a veteran piece of hitting right there by Mark Kotsay. Let that ball get deep, just shot it out there to the opposite field. Cedeno runs well. He'll score easily from second on that one.
They're not going to let Thatcher face the right-hander. He's got Will Harris up, and Will Harris will come in now in a run-1 ball game. Take a break. In 3 of the D-backs 4 games in Cincinnati, all scoreless. He last appeared in Saturday's 18-inning game at the Phillies. Worked 1 inning, had a hit and a strikeout.
46 appearances before this one tonight for Will Harris. Over his last 42, which is pretty much the entire time he's been in the big leagues, 2-0 with a 1.73 ERA. Had a couple of bad ones to start his career here with the Diamondbacks, but has been really good lately.
Chris Denorfia. Harris bounces that one. Denorfia is 2 for 4 with a single, a double. He scored a run. There was a period of time near the end of July where Will Harris was getting hit a lot more than he had earlier this year, but he's been excellent lately. Just 3 hits allowed in his last 8 appearances with no walks and 6 strikeouts. Padres have the tying run at first, 1 out here in the 8th. 1-1. No stress, no pressure, no problem.
Obviously, that guy's never managed a big league game.
What is there to worry about?
Yeah, what the heck.
Two and two. Padres got 3 in the top of the first against David Holmberg in his major league debut. Diamondbacks then got 7 straight. The lead at 7-3. Padres have scored 3 here in the 8th. Two and two. He's bounced a couple here in this at bat. Trying to avoid putting that tying run in scoring position with 1 out. Kotze, the runner at first. Big strikeout there for Will Harris. 2 down.
Perfectly located cutter that time. Denorfia has to protect the plate with the 2-strike count. Started in the strike zone, cut it out of the strike zone, swing and a miss.
The dangerous Will Venable is 2 for 4, a pair of singles. Venables hit safely in 7 straight. Base hit. Kotze stops at second. Will Venable 3 for 5.
But coming into this series, we talked about Chris Denorfia, how he's been a Diamondbacks killer throughout his career. Jed Jerko's had some big games against the D-backs, as has Yonder Alonso. But there's no doubt in this series the hottest Padre hitter is the guy standing at first base right now.
Will Venable 2 for 4 last night, a pair of singles. He scored a run. 3 for 5 tonight. He scored a run. Here's Jerko. 1 for 4 RBI single and a run scored in the first. Quick conference at the mound.
The pitcher spot is due up next. Raymond Fuentes, the rookie who made his major league debut last night for the Padres, is in that on deck circle.
Jed Jerko was hitting .284 into the first week of June, then suffered a groin injury and missed a month. He came back just before the All-Star break, and since he's been back, he's hit under .180. He struck out his last time up.
Nice stop there by Miguel Montero on a breaking ball hit right near the back point of home plate. Just smothered that ball.
One and one. Fourteen strikeouts against the D-backs this year, including 1 in his last at bat. Center field, Campana won't get there. Here comes Kotze. Here's the throw, and he is safe. The Padres tie it at 7. It's a 4-run San Diego 8th, and they still have 2 men aboard.
Tried to come back inside with a cutter. It strayed right out over the middle of the plate. That's a tough pitch to throw inside to a right-handed hitter. The natural movement of that cut fastball is going to take it out toward the middle of the plate. Jerko able to muscle it into center to Tony Campana. His throw late to the plate.
So Raymond Fuentes, who made his major league debut last night, steps in here in what is now a tie ball game, 2 on and 2 out. Little looper to third, Prado, and that ends the inning. But the Padres get 4. We head to the home half. It's a 7-7 ball game. Century Lake Yearling to what's next, coming up for the Diamondbacks, the top of the order in the home half of the 8th. Pitcher for the Padres. This is the right-hander, Nick Vincent. He'll work to Tony Campana, Adam Eaton, and Paul Goldschmidt on for the 33rd time this year. An excellent ERA of 1.89. So a 4-run 8th for San Diego has tied it up. Padres have now out-hit the Diamondbacks 11-7. And Tony Campana steps in. He's 0 for 4. Padres led it 3-0. Diamondbacks answered with 7. San Diego has answered with 4 to tie it. Two 2-0.
Basically a 2-pitch combination from Nick Vincent. Sinker cutter, likes that cutter an awful lot. Does have a changeup in his back pocket, but rarely uses it.
Almost hit him. It's 3-0. Mark down the 25th blown save for the Diamondbacks this year. They have tied the Cubs for the most in the major leagues.
Ouch.
Three and 1. Leadoff man aboard, and it's Tony Campana. Just what you're looking for. Last homestand, Adam Eaton hit the first ever walk-off homer into the Chase Field pool. That was to beat Baltimore. Diamondbacks won all 3 games of that series on walk-offs, and now Eaton here in the 8th has a chance to maybe give the Diamondbacks a lead with Campana aboard at first. And now, BB, is he definitely going for you here?
Maybe not first pitch. Because the Padres are well aware of Tony Campana's base stealing ability over there at first base. They may throw a couple times over there. Bud Black in the past has been a manager that never really concerned himself too much with the opposition's running game. He prefers pitchers to focus on the hitter, execute the pitches you need to get the guy at the plate out. If you start worrying about base runners, that's when you make mistakes to the hitters. But in a tie ball game in the 8th inning with one of the best base stealers in the National League at first base, they're going to pay some attention to Tony Campana.
Corners crash there.
Quick pitch that time by Vincent. Barely came to a set position. One way you can try to slow down a base stealer. Don't come to a stop.
So Jerko. Alonso from first. Campana 91% when he goes. 0-1. Nothing doing. Diamondbacks have got to get this game back. The Reds have already lost. The Dodgers are losing. Campana holds again. Bunted right to Jerko at third. And Amit moves Campana along, one away. Mention that Orioles series, 3 walk-offs. Eden had one, Goldie had one.
Yeah, normally you might hesitate to bunt Tony Campana into scoring position because the Padres will now walk Paul Goldschmidt, but as hot as Martin Prado and Aaron Hill have been, I don't think this is the worst thing that can happen right here.
Prado is 1 for 2. He's singled and scored a run. He's also walked twice and scored. One of those walks, the bases loaded. Doesn't matter how hot Prado is, this is kind of a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for a lot of different reasons. I talk about it all the time. It sets up a potential double play. It sets up a potential force play at any base on the infield. If Prado should happen to hit a ball in the hole or up the middle and the Padres can only get one out, they have a force play at any base. And Martin Prado has bounced into some double plays this year. We talked about it last night. 24 times he's grounded into a double play. Only Matt Holliday of the Cardinals has grounded into more.
So Goldie walks for the 3rd time tonight. 2 on, 1 out. Here comes Martin Prado.
That was the 10th walk issued by the Padres pitching staff tonight.
Got to convert these, and now it's conference time at the mound. The entire Padre organization will meet out there with Bud Black. Well, Martin Prado is the guy you want up right now, that's for sure. Going into tonight, 34 games since the All-Star break, 51 hits and 34 RBIs, leading the National League in both categories in the season's second half.
I'd be willing to bet that a lot of that conversation had to do with what are the Padres going to do defensively if Tony Campana tries to steal third base. Normally with a right-handed pull hitter at the plate, you might throw and try to get Paul Goldschmidt at second base on the double steal attempt to keep your defense at home on the left side, but Martin Prado sprays the ball around so much, I'm not so sure that they might not try to throw out Campana at third if he goes.
1-0. Base hit. That gets down the line and rolls to the wall. Campana's flying. He's coming home. And here comes Goldie. He is safe. Don't pitch to Martin Prado. Don't you do it.
Left a cutter right there on the inside part of the plate for him. He jerks it down into that left field corner. By the time Conte can track it down, Campana scores easily. Paul Goldschmidt with a great jump, great read off of first base. He scores.
Prado on base for the 4th time tonight. He's got 3 RBIs. It's a 9-7 ball game, and here's Aaron Hill.
Martin Prado, in the month of August with runners in scoring position, is hitting .500.
He's now hit safely in 21 of his last 24 ball games.
15 for 30 with 24 runs driven in with runners in scoring position.
Just give him player of the month right now. Can we do that? June 25th, Prado was hitting .238 for the year. He began today at .283, and that's going to go up. A single, a double, 2 walks, 3 RBIs. He scored twice. 1-1 to Aaron Hill. Right back to the mound. Vincent bobbled that one, but he retires Hill. Prado stays put, 2 down. Oh, it worked out the way you wanted, BB. Campana got on board to lead off the inning with a walk. They didn't want to mess with Goldie. And then you get the hot bats in Prado and Hill up there. You get the lead right back.
It's definitely going to make opposing managers think twice about walking Paul Goldschmidt automatically. I mean, it's absolutely the right move to make, especially in that particular situation. But with Martin Prado doing the damage that he's done this month, it's going to make managers think twice.
And here's Parra, who's already got a career high 5 RBIs, a 3-run homer in the 2nd, 2-run single in the 5th. The closer is warming. Parra's been on base 3 times tonight. Single, homer, walk. Oof. Look out, Matty.
And with the runner at second base, Matt Williams is positioned way down that third baseline. You can see how close he is to home plate, how far away from that coach's box he is. Wants to get down the line as far as he can, pick up that runner. Martin Prado coming around the bag at third and determine whether to send him on in or throw up the stop sign.
To right. Denorfia. Yes, he got it. He saves a run, but the Diamondbacks get 2, courtesy of who else? Martin Prado. Brad Ziegler will come on and try and close out a 9-7 ball game in a game the Diamondbacks have to have.
Arizona Diamondbacks regular season home game.
9th inning at Chase Field. 65th appearance of the season for Brad Ziegler. A 7-1 record, 7 saves, a 2.26 ERA. Brad last worked in that marathon 18-inning game at Philadelphia Saturday night. Who didn't? He pitched 2 full innings in that game, gave up 2 hits and walked 3, threw a season high 38 pitches, but he's had a few days to recover. And he needs 3 big outs right here. Yonder Alonso leads it off for the Padres. Alonso, Guzman, Hundley here in the San Diego 9th against Ziegler. Everybody's okay. A hard foul shot behind the Diamondback dugout, but no one is injured, thankfully. Chase Field staff attending everyone down there. Alonso walked and scored to lead off the 8th. Padres with 4 in the 8th. Diamondbacks answered with 2 more to go back up 9-7. And Alonso leads off the 9th by getting on base for the 3rd time tonight. That's his first hit.
Second baseman, Jesus Guzman.
Jesus Guzman. That's the 12th hit for the Padres. They've out-hit the D-backs 12-8. Guzman walked and scored his last time up. Came into the ball game midway through. He struck out in a pinch hit appearance against Yuri De La Rosa last night. Martin Prado, another big game now with 71 RBIs. That's a career high. He's got 30 RBIs in August. 71 RBIs on the year for Prado, 30 of them this month. That's the most all-time by a Diamondback in August. He passes Matt Williams' previous record of 28 back in 1999. 2-0 to Guzman. Rough start here for Brad. He's given up a single and he's fallen behind 3-0. Nick Hundley, the catcher, is on deck.
Only one position player available for Bud Black off the bench at this point. Rene Rivera, the backup catcher. And we're still 8 spots away from the pitcher spot, so he's just going to roll with the guys he has right now.
Three and 1. Ball 4. First 2 have reached.
MLB.com at bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, and BlackBerry 10. At bat delivers D-backs baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit dbacks.com for details.
Padres have the tying runs on base. No outs in the 9th. Nick Hundley steps in. RBI sac fly in the 1st. He walked in the 4th. Chop foul by Glenn Hoffman at 3rd. A lot of discussion, Bob, with the Diamondbacks infielders here. Goldie, Prado checking in. Reminding him, I guess, that he's not holding on Guzman.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks are not sure whether Nick Hundley's up there to swing away or bunt in a 2-run game late. Goldie drawn in at first.
That gets through. Prado, a base hit down the line. Alonso comes in. He will score. And Guzman to third. It's 9-8, and the tying runs at third with no outs. First three have reached against Ziegler in the ninth.
That's one situation where the anticipation of a possible bunt cost the Diamondbacks. Martin Prado was drawn in a step or two in front of the baseline. That ball just shot by him down into the left field corner for an RBI hit.
Ronnie Cedeno, the hitter now. Guzman at third, Hundley at first. Still no outs. Bunted up the first base line. Goldie wasn't sure. He's got no play, and the Padres have tied the game. Goldie kind of froze in his tracks there for a moment. It was long enough for Guzman to cross and not enough time to get Cedeno at first.
That's become a very popular play with runners at first and third and nobody out. The safety squeeze. You could see the runner at third base. Guzman did not break initially. He waited to see that ball down on the ground. Some confusion on the right side of the infield defensively for the D-backs. Nobody there by the time Goldie picks up the ball. He just has to hang on to it as the Padres tie it up.
Charles Nagy. That's 14 hits for San Diego. And the 26th blown save for the Diamondbacks. That's the most in the major leagues.
Another potential sacrifice bunt situation with Mark Kotsay at the plate. Padres would then have the top of the order coming up. Kotsay has yet to put down a sacrifice bunt this season.
Glenn Hoffman coaching at third.
Well, if indeed he's still bunting, Kotsay wants to put this ball down the third base line, make Martin Prado come in and make the play.
In front of the mound, Ziegler has one play. They move the runners along. Hundley to third, Cedeno to second, one out. Here's Kristen Orfia. Orfia 2 for 5, doubled and scored in the first, singled in the seventh.
The D-backs have their infield drawn in, try to cut off that run at the plate. Nick Hundley does not run well at third base. I don't think Bud Black would try another squeeze in this situation.
0-1. A single, a walk, a single, and a single to open up this ninth against Brad Ziegler.
DeNorfia does have 1 hit in 4 at-bats against Brad Ziegler in his career. The other 3 at-bats, 2 strikeouts and a double play ball.
Hundley at third, Cedeno at second. There's a strike, 1-2. Lifted in the air to right. Here comes Parra. Hundley tags, and now he stops halfway down there. Gerardo Parra. Everybody hold on.
Long run for Parra. Gets there, takes a look to see if Hundley's thinking about tagging.
Oh, wow.
First base umpire Corey Blazer just getting out of the way there.
And now they will walk Will Venable and pitch to Jed Jerko with the bases full and 2 outs. 1-0 part of Venable, the left-hand hitter against the right-hander Ziegler. Venable is 3 for 5, 3 singles. He scored a run. And they'll work to Jerko.
A lot of past experience. Will Venable 1 for 3 lifetime with a strikeout against Brad Ziegler. Jed Jerko, who will take the at bat after Venable, 0 for 2 with a strikeout against Brad Ziegler. Gets you that righty on righty matchup, and once again sets up a potential force play at any base to get out of this inning.
Trying to preserve this tie and get to the bottom of the 9th. And here comes Jed Jerko, who's 2 for 5, a pair of RBI singles. Nick Hundley at third, Ronnie Cedeno at second, Will Venable at first. 2 outs, here's Jerko. Oh, 0-1. And how many runs did he save here?
That ball was absolutely smoked.
Unbelievable. Luke Gregerson, the left-hander, is on for the Padres in the bottom of the ninth.
Slider mania from Gregerson. Throws that slider about 60% of the time. Also has a two-seam sinking fastball. Occasional changeup. You're going to see a lot of sliders, especially to the right-handed hitter.
Oh, pardon me, I said left-hander. Of course, he's right-handed. His 59th appearance. And he'll work to Montero, Gregorius, and the pitcher's spot here in the Diamondback ninth. Eric Chavez, of course, is on the Diamondback bench. Just activated from the DL yesterday. He's got a helmet on in the dugout. Activated yesterday along with Miguel Montero. Leads off the ninth. Miggy doubled in the second and walked in the fifth. 1 for 3. Heath Bell warming. Hard to first. That's a base hit. Winning runs aboard for the Diamondbacks. Miguel Montero on base for the third time tonight. And now here's Didi, who's 0 for 4. Crazy night at Chase Field. Tell you what, you get your $18 worth.
I'm telling you, if there's a game on the schedule, it's going to be a crazy one.
Come on out tomorrow. All lower level seats for the series finale, only $18. It hit him. Winning run on second, nobody out. It missed him.
I don't know. Maybe it got him on that left foot, on the back foot. It missed the front leg somehow.
Tony Randazzo is the plate umpire. He signaled immediately. Let's take another look. Did it hit him or not?
Yeah, it looked like the bottom of his pants leg kind of moved around his shoe right there.
Did a good job of selling it. And now Pennington will come in and run for Montero. Pennington the winning run at second base with no outs. And Chavez will hit.
I think Chavez up there to swing the bat too in this situation. You could have played it a little differently if you're Kirk Gibson. You could have used Pennington to put down a possible sac bunt if you wanted to move the two runners up. But because it's Chavez and he has 0 sac bunts in his career, I think he's up there to hit.
Eric 0 for 2 with a pair of walks yesterday in his return from the DL. He'd been out with a left knee strain. He last played prior to last night on August 9th. Pennington at second. He's the winning run. Gregorius aboard at first. No outs here, bottom 9. Padres have switched up their defense now. Guzman has moved to third base and Jerko is at second. It's the 5th different player to play third tonight for the Padres. 1-1. Bounce to first. Alonso spins and throws to get the force on Didi, and that's it. Winning run to third. So it almost worked out like a bunt. They get the force at second, and now they're on the corners with 1 out. And it's conference time.
Bud Black flipping Guzman and Jerko to get his best defender on the side of the field where he thinks the ball is going to be hit.
Forsythe, Headley, Amarista, Jerko, and Guzman have all played third tonight for the Padres. Here's Campana. Campana walked and scored his last time up. He's 0 for 4. Infield in on the grass for the Padres. Pennington at third. He's the winning run.
Boy, not only are they playing in, they're playing in to protect against a possible bunt by Tony Campana. This is about as shallow as you will see an infield ever play.
Tony Campana's last hit with runners in scoring position, June 4th, 2012 at San Francisco. He's 0 for his last 14. Bunts it foul. Pennington charging in all the way.
Hit him in the knee. Question is, was he offering at the pitch when he got hit?
Tony Randazzo is saying strike.
It's just like swinging and getting hit by a pitch. If in the umpire's estimation you made an attempt to bunt at the ball, even if it hit you, it's still a strike. And yeah, he did try to bunt at that ball right over the top of that slider, ends up hitting him on the left leg.
So Pennington coming in from third.
A tough situation for Pennington running down there at third base. If Campana does decide to try to bunt again, we mentioned the Padres infield is playing so shallow it might be hard to score from third base.
Chavez takes off. Campana swings through. Defensive indifference. Chavez moves to second. But Pennington is the only run that matters. Oh, 0-2. Struck him out. 2 down. It's up to Adam Eaton. Adam Eaton tonight 2 for 4. He tripled and scored in the 5th, singled in the 6th. Showed you Eaton's walk-off home run into the pool to beat the Orioles in the Baltimore series here. This was the first ever walk-off homer into the pool at Chase Field, and right now you settle for a clean single.
Well, the ball got wet in the pool, and Eaton got wet when he got to home plate. Teammates showering him.
Pennington at third. He's the winning run. Chavez aboard at second. 2 outs, and here is Eaton. There's the strike. 0-1.
Very odd to see Gregerson throw back-to-back changeups right there as you get a look at the D-backs in one-run games this year.
Diamondbacks had the first 2 reach in this inning. Montero singled. Gregorius was hit by a pitch. And now Pennington running for Montero is at third with 2 outs and an 0-2 count. 1-2.
I don't think I've ever seen this before from Lou Gregerson. That's 3 changeups in a row. That's a pitch that he only throws about 5% of the time. He's normally slider, slider, slider. Try to throw a sinker off the outside corner and go right back to that slider, his bread and butter pitch.
Anything to do with that runner at third? Want to spike one?
I don't think so. I think he probably has better command of the slider than anything else he throws.
Pennington with a big bluff down there at third, trying to force a balk. He started sprinting for about 5 steps. Chase back to the bag. Here's the 1-2. Adam Eaton is saying and hit him. No signal from Randazzo behind the plate. And now the negotiations are underway.
He did go to the slider that time, a pitch that breaks down and into the left-handed hitting Eaton.
He'll still hit. It's a ball. It's 2-2.
Maybe caught a piece of that back foot, the left foot. I mean, no hesitation on the part of Adam Eaton, but does not get the call.
Bounces away from Hundley. Pennington's hung up halfway. He was charging down the line. It didn't roll far enough away from Hundley, and Cliff was hung up and a dead duck. And we will go to extras at Chase Field. It's 9-9 after 9. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Fade your wild side. Diamondbacks in the bottom of the ninth had the first 2 reach. They had the winning run at third. And trouble here. They run into that final out of the inning.
I really don't think Cliff Pennington had a real good look at where that ball was. If you see, it went behind Hundley was screened. I don't think Cliff ever really saw how far that ball got away from Nick Hundley, but trying to come down that line, be aggressive, score the winning run of the game. Unfortunately, didn't get far enough away from Hundley. Final out made there between home and third with Paul Goldschmidt in the on-deck circle. Adam Eaton still at the plate. We go to extras.
And the 60th appearance of the season for the Heath Bell experience. 60 hits in just under 56 innings, 62 strikeouts, a whole new battery here. They pinch ran for Montero, so the last position player on Kirk Gibson's bench. Will Nieves is in the ball game to catch. Jason Kubel was DFA'd today to make room for Holmberg, so they're playing with only 4 position players, and now it's an empty bench in the Diamondback dugout. Here's Rene Rivera, and so now Bud Black has emptied his bench as well. A backup catcher into the ball game to lead off the inning. Rivera, Alonso, Guzman here in the 10th. 14 hits for the Padres, 9 for the Diamondbacks. Missed there with 96. It's 1-2.
Well, we should be very accustomed to this, but it's time for the starting pitchers to go back in, put their cleats on.
We might need you. Heath Bell pitched in all 3 games in the Philadelphia series. He worked a total of 2 1/3 and had a rough time of it. Gave up 3 runs on 7 hits, did have 5 strikeouts. One and 2. He did not go, says Corey Blazer at first. Since the All-Star break, Heath Bell has pitched to a 2.66 ERA. Opponents batting .234 against him. 2-2. Final at Dodger Stadium. Cubs beat Kershaw in LA. 3-2 is the final. The Reds also lost today. 6-1 at St. Louis. So a chance here for the Diamondbacks to pick up a full game in both the NL West and NL Wild Card. There's the strikeout. 1 away.
A little extra velocity from Heath Bell tonight. He normally pitches comfortably 91, 92, 93 on occasion. He's been 95, 96 here today. Pitching against his old team, maybe a little extra adrenaline pumping out there.
Former Padre great. Yonder Alonso now 1 for 3. He has walked twice and scored twice. Single his last time up to lead off the 9th against Brad Ziegler. Checking for cleats.
Cleats and batting gloves and helmets.
There's a strike, 2-1. Driven to left, Adam Eaton. 2 down.
Second baseman.
Keith Bell is the 6th relief pitcher used by the Diamondbacks tonight, so they've run through the bench and they've just about run through the bullpen. Yuri De La Rosa still back there. Here's Guzman. He's been up twice. He's walked and scored twice.
Yeah, Bud Black in a little better shape as far as the bullpen goes. He has Anthony Bass, a right-hander, Dale Thayer, a right-hander, and his closer Houston Street still available down in that right field bullpen, but he too is out of position players.
Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 10th will have Eaton, Goldschmidt, and Prado, 2, 3, and 4. Padres bullpen, as you see behind there, is busy. Prado and Heath Bell works a 1-2-3 10th. We'll head to the home half. Eaton, Goldie, and Prado coming up. The whole thing. A lot of changes per usual for Bud Black. It'll be Eaton, Goldie, and Prado, 2, 3, and 4. And Bob Brenly, guess what? They have switched Guzman and Jerko again.
Of course they did.
Guzman's back at second and Jerko's back at third. And the new pitcher for the Padres on the mound is the right-hander Dale Thayer. And it's his turn. What a wild ball game. Here's the numbers on Thayer.
Pretty traditional fastball slider, nothing tricky. Tries to keep the ball down and out of the middle of the plate. Doesn't everybody?
Thayer is used to this scenario. He got the win Sunday against the Cubs at Petco Park with a scoreless 15th inning. As the Padres ended their homestand with a kind of a Diamondback type day. Extra innings on getaway day. 1-1. Down the line and left, but foul.
Of course, Adam Eaton was at the plate when Cliff Pennington tried to come down the line from third and score as that ball got briefly away from Nick Hundley. So he will lead it off here in the bottom of the 10th.
Diamondbacks got the first 2 men on in the home half of the 9th, but couldn't get that run across. Upstairs, 2-2. NASCAR in town, so Baxter's got his NASCAR outfit on. 3-2. Crash helmet seems appropriate for this ball game.
We should just come to expect this. You know,
it's unbelievable, isn't it?
It should never be a surprise.
Base hit. Adam Eaton's third hit tonight. Winning run aboard with no outs. And here we go again. Buckle up. Paul Goldschmidt. 3 walk-offs in that last homestand against Baltimore. And Goldie on the 13th had one of them. Goldie has walked 3 times tonight, once intentionally. Also got an RBI double. He scored twice. Nick Hundley wants something from the dugout. What are we doing here? Goldie has 4 walk-off hits this season. 3 of them are home runs. Adam Eaton, the winning run at first.
Ooh, got a hanger right there. First pitch from Thayer, a slider that just kind of spun up there on the inner part of the plate. Goldie actually jammed himself a little bit that time. Oh, man.
Can we have another one of those, please? Yeah. Eaton stops at second. And just like the 9th, the first 2 have reached for the D-backs in the 10th. And guess who's coming up? Martin Prado in August, counting tonight, is hitting .373. He's got 30 RBIs and 18 runs scored this month. He is baseball's hottest hitter, and he can win it right here. Eaton, the winning run at second. Goldschmidt aboard at first.
A lot of indecision on the part of the Padres defense. They don't know whether to expect a sacrifice bunt from Martin Prado. Is he going to swing away? Is he going to take that first pitch like he usually does, or is he going to try to ambush Dale Thayer?
He has walked twice. He's singled and doubled. 1-0. This was Martin Prado in the 8th, a big 2-run double. Two and 0. Two on, no outs. Prado, Hill, Parr scheduled up next. There's a strike, 2-1. Martin Prado this month, 38 hits and 30 RBIs. Eaton is the winning run. 3-1. Aaron Hill on deck. In the air to center. Venable. Eaton tags and heads for third. He'll make it. Winning run 90 feet away with 1 out.
Padres appealed at second base that Adam Eaton may have left a little bit too soon, but second base umpire Brian Gorman right on top of the play as they went over and stepped on the bag and tried to appeal. He waved safe.
Aaron Hill has been on base 3 times tonight. 2 walks. He was hit by a pitch. He scored a run. Upstairs, 1-0. That Orioles series, this was Aaron Hill's turn to hit the walk-off winner. We've been here before. Goldie takes off, defensive indifference. Hill takes a ball, 2-1. Bud Black to the mound. I think he's going to play an extra infielder here.
He's done that before.
He's called Kotze in from left. And he's going to switch, maybe switch gloves here. We'll see. Yep.
It's up in the clubhouse.
So they'll go with a 5-man infield here. Second and third, 1 out.
I'm just speculating here, but I got to believe they're going to walk Aaron Hill now. First base is open. Aaron Hill 2 for 3 with 2 doubles against Dale Thayer in his career. That would bring Gerardo Parra to the plate, who's 0 for 2, and once again set up that possible double play.
But Parra's already got a career high 5 RBIs tonight, so we'll see how they distribute the infield here. And there's Kotze, who's played a lot of first base over the course of his career. And he's moved in from left field now. So there are 3 infielders on the left-hand side of the infield and 2 outfielders. Guzman, Cedeno, Jerko, Alonso, Kotze, left to right in the infield. 2-1 to Aaron Hill. Eating the winning run at third. They're going to pitch to him. There's Guzman at third, Cedeno at short, Jerko now playing on the shortstop side of the second base bag. Alonso, the first baseman, playing where the second baseman would be, and Kotze at first. 2-2. Five-man infield. Look out. It's full. Parra on deck.
Well, for Aaron Hill, Bud Black has Will Venable in left field. Chris Denorfia kind of out there roaming in right center. Venable has the much better throwing arm out there in left. And as we know from Aaron Hill, that's where he's more likely to hit the ball.
3-2. Diamondbacks are walking off. They pick up a game in the West. They pick up a game in the wild card with their 11th walk-off win. That's tied for the most in the major leagues. And once again, the hero on a long list of heroes is Aaron Hill.
I'm glad they did, but I'm still really surprised they pitched Aaron Hill in that situation. Good career numbers against Thayer. Man, he smoked that ball to left field.
What a ball game here tonight. Come on out and join us tomorrow. You might miss something. $18. Here's the winner.
Now, Venable had to play shallow enough where a line drive hit right at him. He could possibly throw the runner out at home plate, and Aaron Hill just whistled that one over his head all the way to the wall in left field.
11 walk-off wins for the Diamondbacks. They pick up a game on the Reds in the wild card and on the Dodgers in the NL West, and Brad is downstairs with the man who hit the walk-off winner. Brad.
Thank you, Steve. In a game that featured a lot of heroes both offensively and defensively, Aaron Hill is the guy that wins the walk-off. As you mentioned, 11 walk-off wins now for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Their 38th come from behind win. Aaron, it was a full count. First base was open. Surprised they threw that pitch to you. The Heath Bell experience, you get the full treatment, well deserved. Were you surprised you got a pitch to hit on a full count with first base open?
He's got a great fastball, you know, so it's just something that you look for something up and hopefully you hope for the best.
What does it say about this team that you have 38 come from behind wins? At one point you led this game 7-3, tied up at 7. You scored 2 more to go up by 2. They tie it. This team never gives up.
It means we got to score some more runs. No, you know what? These guys have been doing it the whole year, and it's fun to watch. Obviously, you know, we fight from the start, and you know, it's been fun to watch and it's fun to be a part of.
Defensively tonight, Didi Gregorius with a spectacular play. Martin Prado at third, saved at least a couple runs there in the 8th inning. That's what this team has been all about this season as well, defense.
From the first inning, I mean, even when Cole Mentor came in, you know, he gave us 4 or 5 strong innings. He's been doing that all year. So you could pick out a lot of things that guys have been doing all year, that guys did throughout the game that helped us win. So you know, we appreciate all you guys sticking around and enjoy the win.
And final question, with this win, you gain a gain on the Reds in the wild card, you gain a game on the Dodgers in the West. This team is still very much alive in the push for the playoffs.
We come up to the ballpark ready to play every single day, and you know, we expect to win every day. We're prepared, and these guys work harder than anybody. So we have a blast coming here, and we enjoy playing in front of these guys.
Aaron Hill, that hat looks good on you. Well done tonight. We appreciate it. Thanks for sticking around. We'll start now the D-backs live post-game show brought to you by CenturyLink. We'll send it up to Jody Jackson and Joe Borowski. Their 11th walk-off win this season. They do it in dramatic style.
That's right. Brad Stanky, thank you so much. And Joe Borowski alongside. Here we are again, Joe.